environment that's not natural. You know, we talk about sustainability and growing with eating in, you know, through the correct seasons and being seasonal and seasonality and all this other stuff. Well, tomatoes are only good 6 months out of the year, so don't organize a meal around tomatoes in December, you know, or in January. You know, wait till the summer, get your tomato fix in the summer, and then when winter comes, move into squash and pumpkin and things like that. You can make the same soups. Say you want to make a tomato soup, the same method to make a pumpkin soup. You know, so it's just, that's the most important thing. You're going to save money by buying what's fresh that season.
Well, and I love the idea of variety. Just when you were rolling off some of the names in the produce section, I was thinking, I never go over there and grab that stuff. Is it easy to kind of, well, not so much to have these things on hand because it's always better when it's fresh, but how do you remind yourself to try something fresh and something new?
Well, get the basics at home. Always have a couple potatoes.
Right.
Those are I mean, obviously potatoes are very inexpensive. A couple white onions, garlic, some fresh herbs growing. You know, there's no need to buy basil or mint or rosemary, thyme. They grow like wildfire.
Do they ever? Right.
You know, you can plant a little plant in your windowsill, and you've always got fresh rosemary, you've always got thyme and mint and basil and these things. So as long as you have the basics, potatoes, onions, garlic, you can make any form of soup. You know, you just, asparagus is on sale, one head of asparagus or broccoli, and you can make a soup. You can do, you know, you could chop it all up and roast it.
Right.
You know, so.
Well, as we promised earlier, we are going to follow Matt as he goes to the market to shop for ingredients for a 3-course lunch. Later in the program, we'll watch him prepare the meal. But first, let's join Matt on a visit to the new Whole Foods store in Venice, where he is perusing the wide array of vegetables and making some choices.
So my two favorite things in the kitchen are onions and garlic. I always want to buy garlic that I can peel and onions that I can peel. When you buy onions and garlic that are already peeled, it means that they've been dipped in a chemical, and we don't want to add any other of those ingredients when we're cooking raw. So first, I'll always get my garlic, and I like to get yellow Spanish onions. So my favorite way to shop for greens is always to go local. The least amount of time that you take it from the ground, the better off you are. So anytime you don't have a chance to get to a farmer's market, Whole Foods is great. I always like to go with organic spinach. It'll let you know, locally grown. Kenter Canyon Farms is a great farm. We're going to go today for our salad with a baby wild arugula. Arugula has a peppery flavor. We're going to do a simple mushroom saute for our salad, a little Parmesan cheese. Keep it very easy, and this one's also very inexpensive. So whenever we go to the grocery store, we want to make sure to hand-pick all of our produce. So again, our salad today is going to be a wild arugula salad, some portobello mushrooms, which this is what I'm talking about, packaged mushrooms. You always want to hand-pick them. When they're packaged, it means they can put it through the glassy frame here, and it looks more pretty. We want to hand-pick them. They're fresher, straight from the farm. So here, our portobello mushrooms today are going to offer us two things. Number one, it's a little bit larger portion. They're also inexpensive. So our portobello mushrooms are for our salad today. So another secret ingredient I like to use is the lemon. The lemon is just as important to me as salt and pepper. We're going to use it to make our vinaigrette for our salad, and the zest is going to flavor our chicken dish. When shopping at the market, it's always important to look for specials. Today, tomatoes on the vine are on special. During off-season, you always want to buy tomatoes that are on the vine. The tomatoes still think they're growing, and so you're going to get the freshest quality. At the market, we find all different types of greens. Today, we call an Italian black Tuscan cabbage. This is $1.99 for one bunch, and this is we're going to stretch for our chicken dish today. Very inexpensive, very healthy. Kale is one of the healthiest foods you can eat. So many convenience and grocery stores are going to do you a favor. They're going to package things together with flavors that go together very well. Today, you've got here eggplant which happens to be on sale, and bell peppers. You're going to have 4 different types of bell peppers here: orange, green, yellow, and red. Most inexpensive is always going to be the green, but the sweetest and the most flavorful, especially for pasta, is going to be our yellow bell pepper today. I'm going to take 1 yellow bell pepper and 1 eggplant. It's going to cost me about $1.50, and we're going to have plenty of leftovers. Looks like we've got everything we need. Let's go cook.
Oh, those were great tips. How fun. Do you completely feel comfortable in the store when you walk in to go shopping?
Well, that particular, that particular day we couldn't go to the farmer's market because it was raining. So when we go whenever we go to Whole Foods, it's always just look for what's on special. You know, you never want to spend, you never want to spend more than what you're going to spend if you went to a restaurant. So that's kind of always how we budget it.
Right, and that's a good guideline. That's quite a threshold. You know, Tara, I read someplace that typical meals sometimes come from as far away as 1,500 miles, that the food, the prepackaged food, has been transported that far. Is it hard to find a local farmer's market? Can people go online or ask friends?
Yeah, I don't know what the website is, but here in Los Angeles, there's a farmer's market every day.
Yes.
And even in the outskirts of Los Angeles, and so they're becoming really popular now. So it's pretty accessible, and they're so much fun, and you develop relationships with the farmers.
And that's what I like, because they do take pride in the stuff that they grow, and maybe they'll have some preparation hints for you.
Sometimes, and it's just passed through less hands, and so it's going to be cheaper, and it's going to be fresher, and you're going to get the ultimate flavor out of that particular produce that you're
Not to
choosing.
mention, they're going to give you a couple things for free if they see you there every week.
Yeah.
Right,
You know what I
that's
mean?
right.
No joke. I mean,
Here comes our regular.
Yeah,
right.
exactly. They're going to give you a couple extra apples. 2 extra apples, you're talking about an apple a day, that's 2 days' worth of apples, you don't have to pay
That's
for.
right.
You know, so.
That's right. Now, I was fascinated by the 4 different kinds of peppers that you showed, but again, as you mentioned earlier, they were grouped.
Yeah.
So you could see that maybe these things, you can find a good way to put them together.
And you really don't need to know, and there isn't really any definition of what food has to be. You can be creative at home. I mean, all of these vegetables that come together, you don't have to choose, I want kale and eggplant and onions.
I want to watch you work in the kitchen here. So it's time for a short break. When we come back, we'll continue our discussion of home-cooked meals with our guests, Chef Matthew Poley and his catering partner, Tara Maxey. Please stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute.
Ensuring that you, your family, and your home are prepared for a disaster is critical. Be self-reliant and assume responsibility for your own safety and that of your family. For additional information, please contact the Department on Disability or the Emergency Management Department by calling the numbers on the screen or by dialing 311.
Hey, buddy! Don't you know you should never leave a cooking pan unattended? And a working smoke detector can warn you of a fire. Like the one behind me. My hero!
Next time, listen to the ball. Have a smoke detector and a fire extinguisher that work.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Welcome back to Aging in L.A. Our topic today, Cooking for One with Matthew Poley. With us today is Matthew and his catering partner, Tara Maxey. Now, I'm getting kind of excited here, hungry too, to watch how you blend all of these things together. But before we get into that, is there a way to properly store the leftovers that you first referenced in the first part of the show?
Well, just always remember to keep all your cooked ingredients above your raw ingredients. That's the most important thing. And as long as everything's airtight with plastic wrap or, a nice Tupperware set, there's no need to, worry too much in the refrigerator. As long as you're putting cool, not like room temperature ingredients in the refrigerator as opposed to hot ingredients.
And Tara, you were mentioning there are services now that will deliver fresh produce to you. In fact, other foods beyond, and I'm talking beyond Meals on Wheels. I'm talking about if you're still able to cook for yourself.
Yeah, they deliver it. There's all kinds of different companies that do them, and they'll give you a box of whatever's in season, like Matt was saying, and you just sort of have this hodgepodge, and you can make on our Blogspot, we have different recipes for things that are in season.
Great.
And so I'm sure a lot of it would be in there, and you could make succotash or whatever. I mean,
Great.
So, soups.
All right. Now, let's watch Matthew as he prepares a 3-course lunch for one with the ingredients he shopped for earlier at the Whole Foods Market in Venice, and thanks to them for letting us come in and tape. Matt, please describe the process now. This is a nice long piece, so you have plenty of time to describe
Fantastic.
it. Okay. Great.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to do always when I go into the kitchen is set my oven to 500 degrees. Get your oven hot, get your water boiling for the pasta we're going to cook. We're starting to peel all of our mushrooms here for our mushroom salad. We're going to try to stay away from using any stovetop process today, just to kind of keep the kitchen clean. So we're going to roast our mushrooms in the oven. So first we're going to peel them and chop them up into bite-sized pieces. Cooking in the oven, you know, you're not going to get any splattering from olive oil, and nobody wants to clean up when they've got hot food ready to eat.
Yes, yes.
So again, we talked about portobello mushrooms being really great because it's a lot larger mushroom for a good inexpensive price. They do have a lot of protein, and so we just chop them up, add them into a bowl. We're going to peel some garlic and chop it up real quick, and also some onions. I talked about having onions and garlic always in the kitchen.
Always there.
You know, if you buy these things in larger portions, you know, you buy a couple onions at one time or a few garlic at one time. When you go to the store to buy something, you only need to buy your main ingredients. Buy a steak or buy some chicken or buy some greens, things like that. You've already got your staples at home. Go ahead and chop up our onions here, bite-sized pieces. And we're going to mix them with our mushrooms and our garlic in the bowl there. Lemon, salt, and pepper are my seasoning ingredients I use pretty much on everything. So we're just going to go ahead and do some fresh cracked black pepper and cracked sea salt. Try to stay away from using iodized salt. Kosher salt and sea salt is best.
Okay.
I'm just going to mix them all together here in a bowl. Maybe 2 tablespoons of olive oil went in there total, and I'm just going to throw it in my oven, 500 degrees, and forget about it as I start prepping out for our pasta dish.
Okay, and 500 is just like that's your temperature.
You don't need to cook it. I mean, the only thing you need to cook at 350 degrees is a roast or Tara's desserts. Because other than that, it's, you know, we want to get it cooked now, and we don't want to wait all day if we're just cooking for ourselves.
Right.
There's no reason to, you know, to spend the whole day waiting on an oven. So just get it up to 500. Now, our pasta today is going to be a caponata with a whole wheat pasta. We use Rusticella di Abruzzo. It's an Italian brand. You can find it at Whole Foods. It's the best pasta you can buy in the United States, and it's good for you.
All right, say that name again.
Rusticella di Abruzzo comes in brown bags in the pasta section.
All right.
We are saving all of our scraps here to make a vegetable broth, so we can make a soup or we can use it for cooking later.
Right.
So you'll see me sort of discarding all the scraps into one big bowl, and at the end we're going to show you how to make a vegetable stock, which you can keep in the refrigerator for up to 5 days.
And it doesn't always have to be winter to have a soup
No,
prepared and ready.
a cold soup is great. I mean, if you want to do a cold tomato soup or asparagus soup. So right now we're just chopping up the vegetables to make what's called our caponata, or a roasted vegetable confit. So we're chopping up some of our our vine tomatoes, our yellow bell peppers, and our eggplant. We're adding them onto a sheet tray there that we've lined with aluminum foil, so that way it's easy cleanup at the end. Just tear off the aluminum and trash it.
Very important.
No need to scrub, you know, all of our pans.
Right.
Again, we're going to season with salt and pepper, and we're going to drizzle with a little bit of our extra virgin olive oil. For those of you that don't particularly want to use extra virgin olive oil, we use coconut oil as well. It has a higher smoke point and is a little bit better nutritional value.
Yeah.
A little bit healthier for you.
Okay.
We also added in here some vinegar. Vinegar is going to give it a little bit of tartness.
Right.
And also, it's going to help preserving it. So when it's done cooking, it'll be good for 4 to 5 days.
Okay, so now you've prepped that, and you've taken out the mushrooms.
Yeah, so now we've taken out our roasted mushrooms here. We're going to scoop them into a bowl and reserve that until we're ready to mix it with our salad. That's our salad right there.
Wow.
Now, we went to Whole Foods and purchased an organic bone-in chicken breast.
Bone-in.
Bone-in. Always get it with the bone-in. You're not going to. It doesn't add any more fat. It takes a little bit longer to cook, but it keeps all of the flavor in the chicken when you cook it. And also here we have our cavallonero or kale, sort of a cool cleaning method. You hold it like a pencil, as I did there, and then just pull it away,
Right.
and you take the stem away. We're going to be roasting that with our chicken, and again, we've got another tomato from our vine we're going to chop up, which will, all the juices from the tomato will reduce, giving us a nice pan chicken sauce.
Now, even though this looks like a lot of food, the truth is there's going to be some pretty nutritious leftovers.
This is going to be a great leftover for you to eat room temperature cold, to turn it into a... You're still going to have leftover greens, so you can make a nice chicken salad the next day, you know, or you can make it... You can add it all to your vegetable sauce or vegetable stock at the end and make a nice chicken soup.
Oh, like this.
So we're going to really turn this into a lot of different meals. So we're seasoning on both sides our chicken breast, and we're going to get a pan heated as hot as we possibly can on the stove.
Right.
Right here, this is our rusticella di Abruzzo pasta. This is a whole grain pasta, and we're adding it into our salted water.
Salted water.
Salted water, salty like the sea.
Good.
Now, one trick that I always like to use when I'm boiling water is just add about a tablespoon of olive oil here as I'm doing. That'll keep it so the water doesn't boil over.
Ah, very good.
Now I'm making my vegetable stock here. I'm just going to dump all my old vegetable scraps in there, saute it a little bit, add water, bring it to a boil, vegetable stock. When it's done cooking, your food will be done, strain it, you've got vegetable stock.
Excellent.
Now our pan here is nice and hot. I added maybe a tablespoon of olive oil to the pan, chicken skin side down, and throw it in my 500-degree oven. Now you see, when you're home, you don't have shoes on, so make sure you don't wear shoes in the kitchen. That's a rule. So now I'm adding my water to the chicken or to the vegetable stock,
right,
and I'm just going to bring it to a boil. Forget about it. Just stir my pasta a little bit. I've got my pasta caponata working in the oven and my chicken as well working at the same time. So my salad's ready. I'm pulling out my caponata. That took about 10 minutes in the oven. I've got a nice roasted vegetable there, and I can set that off to the side as well. Now, what we're going to do next is sort of get our chicken sauce ready to go. We want to have our vegetable and tomato there. So now that I've got a nice sear on the chicken, I'm going to add my greens to the same pan. Right. Remember, we're only dirtying one pan.
Like that.
Love that. So we put all of our kale in there, the tomato and the onions. Mix it a little bit and add our nice seared chicken breast on top. Now the chicken's not cooked yet. It needs to roast for another 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. During that 10 to 15 minutes, our tomatoes and onions and kale will all cook as well.
Gotcha.
Now, we talked about having fresh herbs. Here's some basil. I flip my knife over backwards. And what I'm doing is I'm basically chopping with the opposite of the sharp end to sort of, we want the basil to wilt. You're going to get the most flavor from it. So you're going to that we're going to add to our caponata. Here's our pasta coming from our pasta cooker. Adding that into a bowl. We're going to mix that with the caponata, some cheese, and put it in a casserole dish. We can put it in the oven, and that's going to get nice and crispy on top. And all the flavors from the eggplant are going to cook into the pasta on the bottom.
This is looking really good.
Now, see, this is a large portion. We spent just under $30 at Whole Foods, and this is going to feed us for about 3 days.
Wow.
So we put our baked pasta back into the oven. We're going to mix our salad now. So we take our wild rocket arugula that we got at the grocery store.
Right.
A little fresh lemon juice, salt, pepper, and some shaved Parmesan cheese.
Even with the peppery taste of the arugula still?
You always want to layer your seasoning. So you don't have to overkill it. Tara likes to joke that I season too aggressively. But,
right.
It's up to everybody's palate. I mean, you pepper it how much you like pepper.
I see.
Or salt it how you like salt. So here's my salad, nice and composed. My Parmesan cheese, arugula, my roasted mushrooms, and onions goes on the plate there nice. Now I'm pulling my pasta from the oven. This is, this you can leave in the same casserole dish when you want to put it in the refrigerator. Just take it out the next day and pop it back in the oven. Just going to plate up some of that here for me nice. Didn't use a lot of cheese, only used olive oil, no butter. We're going to finish it with just some shaved Parmesan on top and a little drizzle of extra virgin olive oil. So you've got a nice little pasta portion here, a nice hearty salad,
right.
And now we're going to go ahead and plate up our chicken dish.
It's been in the oven.
Which has been in the oven now for about 15 or 20 minutes as we set everything else up. Right. So typically this meal should take you about 35 to 40 minutes of cook time, and then the next day you have virtually a third of that time. So we finished the chicken with a little bit of fresh lemon juice on top, some extra virgin olive oil, and plated up our greens and tomatoes on the side there. You've got 3 dishes, $30, 3 days worth of food, right?
Oh, that's fantastic. And how many meals over that 3 days? You think
I would
6
say
or 9?
The best thing, one traditional Italian dish that I've always really liked is to take eggs and pasta. You make sort of a frittata with your leftover pasta.
Yes.
So if you were to make an omelet, you take your leftover pasta with the caponata, put it in the pan, a little olive oil, crack 3 or 4 eggs on top of it, and you've got yourself a great lunch or a great late breakfast to start your day off with. Vegetables, a little pasta, some of your arugula on top, as a garnish, give a little pepperiness to it. I mean,
And I loved what you said, Matthew, that, there's a little preparation time here with 35 minutes, but the next day
it's easy.
you really just get to throw things together.
Right.
And Tara, you get to enjoy this food.
Yeah, I
right?
get to benefit.
How lucky that is. Well, we don't have very much time left, so I want to make sure people know how to get in contact with you. The website, Matthew?
The website is www.heirloom-la.blogspot.com, or you
Okay.
can contact us directly on our phone, 323-872-2904.
And Tara, that's kind of the way they catch you as well.
Yeah, I actually do the website.
Oh, how fun. Hey, good partner.
I get to write all kinds of terrible things about it.
She does the photography, the writing, all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
but you told me there are recipes. In fact, for the recipe that we saw you cook today
Yeah.
is on there.
Also a
With
fish,
illustrations.
with illustrations, a fish, a meat, a
Great.
chicken.
Steak.
See, we ran out of time. It's all the time we have for this edition of Aging in LA. Thank you so much to our guests, Chef Matthew Poley and his catering partner, Tara Maxey. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at City View Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Morning, Los Angeles. It's Friday, July 23rd. Meeting of the Los Angeles City Council will begin our formal meeting shortly. While waiting for a quorum to arrive, we'll begin with presentations. Our first presentation by Council Member Jen Perry on Carol Schatz Day. Council Member Perry.
That's all right. No, you're going for the TV audience.
We don't have a quorum yet. We are going to start our presentations, and we're not expecting the quorum until 10:30.
they're
But we are live,
He's there.
broadcasting throughout the region.
It was generic in...
Ms. Perry, take it away.
He's there. Mr. Labange is here. Now the party can get started.
There she is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Garcetti. Thank you, Mr. President. I am very pleased to honor a visionary leader here in the city of Los Angeles. She is none other than Carol E. Schatz. Let's give her a big hand. Otherwise known as the Queen of Downtown. Carol is no stranger to City Hall, and she has been a prominent figure who has served the Central City Association of Los Angeles with distinction for 20 incredible years, beginning in 1990 as the Director of Legislative Affairs and rising to the position of President and CEO in 1995. Carol Schatz is the first woman to serve as President and CEO of Central City Association. Her vision led to the creation of the Downtown Center Business Improvement District in 1997. As the President and CEO of the Downtown Center Business Improvement District, a coalition of property owners in the Central Business District of downtown Los Angeles consisting of more than 2,200 parcels and 1,200 property owners. The Downtown Center Business Improvement District has been a key partner in creating a safer and cleaner downtown and helped to bring incredible new residential and commercial investment to downtown Los Angeles. Under Carol's leadership, CCA has been a great partner in developing downtown. The Central City Association has undertaken several significant initiatives to transform downtown, including the Adaptive Reuse Ordinance to help developers convert empty office buildings to housing, which has spawned over 16,000 new residential units, a 141% increase since 1991, and has fostered a 127% increase in residents from 19,000 to 43,000. As a result, downtown Los Angeles has seen a 45% increase in the number of businesses from 11,725 to 17,028 and created new business revenues of $11 billion, including new restaurants, bars, nightclubs that have made downtown Los Angeles an entertainment and dining destination. There was also an increase of 121% in assessed property values in the downtown center BID from $4.2 billion to $9.3 billion, and an overall investment of $15.3 billion, $11 billion of which was facilitated or directly recruited by the downtown center BID. During Carol Schatz's tenure, and since 1999, 93,500 jobs have been created by the downtown renaissance, giving Los Angeles a real... Oh, let's give a clap for them. Okay, we clap for Carol's picture. That's funny. Okay. That was the best picture ever. Well, no, the baby picture was the best.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay, that was a good picture. That was a good picture. All right, that's where it started for you. Anyway, okay, downtown renaissance giving Los Angeles a real center and revitalizing countless neighborhoods around downtown. The Central City Association also created the Downtown downtown development strategy as an updated supplement to the 1985 Downtown Strategic Plan, which touches on all aspects of a revitalized downtown, from the creation of mixed-use, mixed-income projects to new transportation amenities, and initiated the Figueroa Corridor Plan and the reauthorization of the Civic Center Authority, which led to the Civic Center Master Plan. Carroll also initiated the Downtown Rebound Program through state legislation authored by Senator Gil Cedillo, which incentivized the early adaptive reuse ordinance. Carroll was appointed by former Mayor Richard Reardon to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority Board and later the Convention and Exhibition Center Authority, and reappointed by Mayor James Hahn and appointed by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger to serve on the State Fraud Assessment Commission on Workers' Compensation. Carroll is known throughout Los Angeles as an unwavering and fearless champion for the business community, never losing sight of the big picture, battling for a wide range of policies and projects in areas such as housing, land use, economic development, public transportation, and homelessness. Her work is best characterized by her ability to work hand in hand with government to create good public policy, her acute understanding of business, and her willingness to stand up for what she believes. So I am proud to join the Los Angeles City Council in congratulating Carol Schatz on 20 years of exceptional service to the Central City Association of Los Angeles, the business community, the residents, and the workers of the City of Los Angeles. Thank you again, Carol, for your tireless leadership of the downtown renaissance and for being an outstanding city leader. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl.
After they're done, you say it.
Carol, I think I've known you longer than any of these politician types around here because you and I go way back through that whole 20-year period. First, I'd like to see stand up all those that are fans of Carol Schatz right now. Stand up. See, Carol, this is what we know about you, especially I do now the last 5 years being on this side of the picture of the political process, is you know how to organize. And you know how to get the business community wrapped around issues that matter to the city. And when you take a position on something, I know that the backup is that large number of people who believe in you. A lobbyist, you know, has got a bad word today in the political mix of things. But the bottom line is somebody has to be an advocate for somebody. And I don't care if it's a homeless group, or if it's a city union group, or if it's a business community group, or an environmental group. Everybody needs the League of Women Voters. They're all the same. They're people getting up with positions and point of views and working with us to try to figure out what is in the best interest of the city. So we can always count on you on every issue. When you feel strong about something, we know that there's a backup of the people right here in the room who feel the way you do. And that's what a good lobbyist is, someone that truly represents the people that area of interest encompasses. And with that leadership over the last 20 years from you, we've seen a significant amount of development in downtown, and Jan Perry, of course, played a major role in all this and that over the years, too. But you've been hand in glove on every issue that has to do with raising the income, the opportunities, and the business for all of us. So thank you for your leadership very much.
Thank you. Councilmember LaBonge.
You're an impact player. If you were in the sports leagues, they'd be a high first-round draft choice. You make impact in this region of downtown, leading its revitalization, which Ms. Perry spoke of. And let's give Jan Perry a big hand for all her work, and it takes the key. Now, for all her friends to come down, all her friends and colleagues, her husband Fred, everybody, Carol will come into this building almost as much as anybody else. into this chambers. And sometimes another part of the city will need a little help for whatever reason. And one time, a few years ago, Sunland Tujunga had a business problem, and all the Sunland Tujunga business people were standing over here, and all the other people were over here who had another feeling about the business of Sunland Tujunga, and someone did what Mr. Rosendahl did. Ask those who are all in favor of business in Sunland Tujunga to stand up. Carol Schott stood up for Sunland Tujunga. Her reach is far because she cares about business. Business is jobs. Jobs is being able to try to get the dream that you want to get. Carol, I thank you for your tenacious. What are you looking at? Your picture? Explain the picture for everybody right now. Come on, everybody's interested. No, the one. Explain that picture, Carol. Where was that? In college? In college.
I was pretty hot, too.
I think you were in Mill Valley, I think, if I could say that. Looked like a Mill Valley shot. Carol Schott, you're a wonderful contributor. I thank you. And also, Carol, it's important that your organization be somewhat of a mentor to other organizations of the city. They need this type of business voice in a region. It makes a difference. Congratulations to the Central City Association for having a dynamic leader and staff. And congratulations for all that you've done for the people who come to this city now and have an experience that is very rewarding. Thank you.
Ms. Janice Hahn.
Thank you. Well, it's so great, Carol, to honor you today. And as everyone has said, you've really taken a business improvement district to an entire new level, which I think has become a great model for business improvement districts everywhere to understand how important it goes beyond beautification, it goes beyond clean streets, it goes beyond security, although those things have to continue to happen for the greater goals that you've achieved. And I was thinking what you've done has been to really move beyond just downtown Los Angeles. However, that's important, Ms. Perry. But I love it that Carol has taken the advocacy of CCA and gone beyond. I mean, in just a couple of I think you were such a big supporter of the modernization of LAX. I mean, that was an issue that you went beyond downtown Los Angeles because it impacts businesses, obviously, everywhere. I see Dave Wright in the audience, and I know you've been a big supporter of his terminal project down at the Port of Los Angeles. Again, another example of how you've been an advocate for issues throughout Los Angeles, whether it's in the harbor or LAX. So I rise to salute you. Your Treasures of LA lunch every year is something that we are not to miss for any reason. And it's always, I know, we're in trouble if we don't go. I know. But you know what? It's such a great lunch, and you take the opportunity to honor people who make Los Angeles such a great place to live. So thank you for all you do, and on top of everything else, you always look good when you're advocating, and that's what I like about you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Let me start by agreeing with that last comment, and you look great with short hair, but I really love the way you look with your long hair. I think you should grow it out again. Everybody wants to see that. Let's give her a round of applause and let her grow that hair out. Carol, congratulations. 2 decades of incredible advocacy and work. You're somebody who is never unafraid to tell it like it is, like you see it, but also not too proud to apologize whenever you get it wrong. And this council is replete with folks that you didn't endorse, but that we are all close friends says a lot about how well we work together and how far we've come. And I have loved working with you. It has been an absolute pleasure. We haven't seen eye to eye on everything, but I think more times than not, and on the big things, we've actually accomplished some tremendous things for Los Angeles. You maintain your sense of humor. You maintain, the ability to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. I think you embody that better than anybody else. And for the downtown elite that are here, for viewers out there, we're not captured by the downtown elite, but we love the downtown elite because the folks that are downtown actually do care about this entire city. It is one of the great myths of Los Angeles that somehow anybody who works downtown, including all of us, anybody who enjoys what an incredibly vibrant neighborhood it has become, somehow doesn't care about the rest of Los Angeles. This downtown is everybody's downtown, from Pacoima to San Pedro, from Boyle Heights to Brentwood. This is our downtown, and the work that you have done to bring back these streets and the life of these streets is something that 20 years doesn't begin to speak about. This will be decades to come, so congratulations, we love you, and here's to another 20 years.
Mr. Jose Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Carol, too, I want to join the chorus here of singing your praises for what you've done downtown. Downtown wouldn't be the same without you. You know how to get things done, and when people say no, you find a way to all of us come along and say yes. As I was speaking at your executive luncheon the other day, somebody shouted out from the audience, "Carol, you're always right." And I said, yes, in council, we're always saying that as well. So, Carol, you are a force. Thank you so much. It's times like these when we could take a moment to really thank those individuals who have done so much for the city, and you're one of those individuals. Thank you so much. I've enjoyed working with you since I was on the Board of Education, and I look forward to continue working with you. Thank you so much, Carol.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Carol, I was rushing this morning. I was over at Hollenbeck Houston, but I told them I had to be here because I wanted to give a alternate view. No, I wanted to just be here and tell you just how much we appreciate you. Sometimes I know from your frustration you feel like no one's listening or it's an uphill battle, but every now and then there's a victory. It's enough to make you want to come back the next day. And so without your voice, I think the business community would be in disarray more than it is now. But the issues are that it's important because although we commend the business community each year around the first quarter when they bring in $400+ million per year in business tax, during that year often we make decisions that may not be in their best interest. And so it's the balance in which we try to operate, but you're the one that's the mainstay moving straight ahead. Because of your success in downtown, when we were working at bringing the NFL here, we made a point to tell them that the Coliseum was the south end of downtown. We continually pushed that point because we wanted to make sure as they drove through and flew through Los Angeles, and at that time saw all those cranes, we wanted them to know this was just a natural connection to the downtown. You're within walking distance to all of those issues. And so you've done some great things. We hope that you will continue to work at it. It's something that's a process. There are no big victories. There's just little incremental steps. So thank you very much for what you've done.
I noticed a representative from the governor's office, Billy Greer. Billy Greer from the governor's office. Representing the state of California. He's the governor. Thank you. Billy Greer. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Go ahead, Billy.
Good morning. I'm absolutely delighted to be here on behalf of Governor Schwarzenegger as we celebrate the Carol Schatz, who is such a remarkable woman. And Councilman Rosendahl, I think I've known her much longer than you. It's been like 30
1974.
Right. Okay, so we can At any rate, I do bring his greetings and congratulations, and let me read a personal letter that he has written for Carol. It is my pleasure to offer my congratulations for your continued leadership as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Central City Association. I commend your efforts to promote a business-friendly environment in Los Angeles. By working toward a safer and more prosperous downtown, you have pumped new life into the city and created countless opportunities for your fellow citizens. Your fantastic attention to your members and community groups has helped enhance both the economy and the quality of life in California. Thank you for your 20 outstanding years of dedication to our Golden State. You have had an amazing impact as a beacon for business advancement. Your legacy of service, along with programs like the Downtown Development Project, will have a lasting presence and inspire others for years to come. On behalf of your fellow Californians, I send my appreciation and best wishes for the future. Sincerely, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Mr. Koretz.
Why don't you hold this up, stand next to Carol, and take a picture.
Well, first, I want to acknowledge Carol's terrific work downtown. There's no question that if it wasn't for her, downtown wouldn't be enjoying this incredible level of revitalization. It wouldn't be the economic engine that it is. But I'm also rising to put my foot in my mouth because I have to tell a story which hopefully you'll find is funny. I don't know if Carol remembers this, but many years ago, I applied for a job interview at CCA and had not done my homework and had a different impression of what the group did. And so I was telling her about my years of labor activism. And this was an interview that got worse and worse. And at the end, she said, well, what if we had a board meeting at the New Otani and they were picketing? What would you do? I said, well, I'd get out of my car and join them, of course. And I think the next line was, we'll keep your resume on file. To which I replied, no, I don't think you need to do that. But despite that, I think you've done an incredible job for all those years. And I'm an admirer of all you've accomplished.
Mr. Garcetti, you had some poll results. We have some poll results for you.
We hadn't originally.
Half this council you've never endorsed, Ms. Schatz.
We'll share it later. Don't worry. Mr. Zine just wanted you to know you didn't endorse him either, but you can't pick him, but you can really serve with him. That's your motto.
All right, Carol Schatz, your turn.
Oh, my turn. You're not going to say anything?
Well, I can only say congratulations because you can't speak from the president's seat.
Okay.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, before I make actually very brief remarks, I would like to introduce you to my very handsome and accomplished family. My husband, Fred Muir, who's the president of Rosenkindle and Grayling Public Relations, and my very handsome son who works at Activision, Jake Muir, who puts up with all my craziness, and somebody who keeps us all going, Wayne Smith, right here, who's been a long-time friend and supporter of our family. Nooch, you want to go? Okay.
Nooch is here to congratulate you officially.
Yeah, he told me he was coming. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the recognition. It is a tremendous honor, and I do appreciate it very, very much. I can't believe that 20 years has come and gone. I can only wonder at what the next 20 will hold. I'll kill myself. Because there are no term limits in the private sector, you know. 20 years ago, I could not have imagined that CCA would become the capstone of my career, or that I would spend the sort of golden years of my career and the most important years of my career bringing back downtown Los Angeles, because as a native Angelino, who's a little bit older than most of you, nobody cared about downtown when I grew up. And so that has been a surprise to me, but I'm so glad that I did, once coming to CCA, recognize how important it would be to the city to make sure we had a very vital and healthy core. And I could not have imagined how thoroughly enjoyable and gratifying it would be to run CCA, not all the time, but most of the time. I want to thank the many CCA board members that I've had the honor to work with over the years. I want to thank them for their faith in me and their support, and for affording me this great opportunity to participate so fully in the civic life of this city. I must also thank the fabulous CCA staff that makes it all possible. there's no way you can run something, do something well without incredible support of a very competent staff. So I'd like them to stand and take a bow. And for the BID staff, too, right? I mean, you meant everybody, you know. Okay.
I'll sit up again.
We've tackled many issues, undertaken many initiatives, and fought many battles, as many of you know. And we try to have fun doing it, and of course, I was always focused on being well-dressed throughout. I've worked with, most of the time, 4 mayors and 4 city councils. I've tried to do it with grace, albeit certainly with great intensity, and always with integrity. As you know, I do stand my ground. I speak my mind and I tell it straight. Whether you agree with what I say or not, you know you can take my word to the bank. I am most proud, of course, of our role in designing and implementing this extraordinary downtown renaissance. I do believe it is the most important development in LA's evolution over the last 60 years. We need to bring our own center back because no city can be great without a great center. And if the center thrives, then every neighborhood in the city thrives. And here is what we have accomplished, and I am very proud of this, and Councilmember Perry, who's been a very strong partner, as, by the way, all of you have. I have never heard from this council, I don't care if it's Dennis out in the 3rd District, or Tom in Hollywood, or Mr. Krikorian, or Paul Koretz, who represents where I live. I have never heard a negative comment about downtown. I've never heard divisive rhetoric that aims to separate downtown from the rest of the city. I think you all have recognized how important it is to the jobs that you do because, and I'll go over the figures in a minute, the tax revenue we've created has created services in every part of the city. So I thank you for that. And I thank all of you for your strong leadership of the city and for caring so much. But what have we accomplished? 93,000 new jobs in 10 years, 17,000 new housing units in 10 years, business revenues of $11 billion, city tax revenues of $41 million, county property tax revenues of $270 million, 24,000 new residents, and total new investment of $15 billion. Now that's a pretty penny. And an extraordinary development, as I've said, for the city. Those are my remarks. I want to thank you all again. I want to thank Jan for her very strong leadership and friendship. Nooch, thank you so much for being here. And to all of you who have who came today to help me share in this recognition and honor, thank you so much.
Give another round of applause to Carol Schatz. Thank you, everyone. Oh, flowers. Got the flowers.
Congratulations, Carol Schatz. Carol Schatz Day in Los Angeles. Central City Association.
And in just a minute, if all the fans of Carol Schatz would join us in the back room for photographs, you can exit that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll? We now have a quorum.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Han, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendale, Smith, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Very well. First item of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Krikorian, seconded by Mr. Koretz.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Weezer.
Mr. President, do you want to run through the agenda?
Let's hold on the agenda at this moment. We'll continue with our presentations, then we'll do the agenda. Next presentation by Councilmember Tom LaBonge. Councilmember LaBonge.
Members, as you know right now, I just want to introduce right here Olivia Mitchell, one of the greatest of all public employees in this city's history, who's run so many great programs. Well, this is our summer program. Come on up here. These are the student professional workers. The student professional workers.
Excuse me, Mr. LaBonge, those in the chambers, we still have a council meeting in process. If you could please exit quietly, we'd appreciate it so we can continue our council meeting. Thank you. Mr. LaBonge, continue, please.
And this is the summer youth employment staff for the city of Los Angeles. 10,000 young people get hired throughout the city of Los Angeles. This is the staff under Olivia's supervision and direction. Let's give them a big hand and have them a great half of the summer. Another half to go. Very special. You can be seated right here. Right in here. Make your seat right here. Okay, David, why don't you come over right in here? I'm joined by the city attorney right now for a formal presentation as we salute the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. With me this morning is David Wolf, Commissioner Betty Wilson, and also Teresa De La Vera. Give them a big hand, representatives of the Commission for our disability. It's hard to believe, 20 years is only the time in which this act has been part of our life in this country. To know the struggle and fight for those who have physical challenges is a fight that always should be won and always should be heard. Imagine the challenges of our building codes and other institutional requirements that didn't give the freedom that those who don't have the challenges can achieve. So I'm here today with our city attorney, Mr. Tutanich, to speak to this great issue and give recognition. I'm going to call on our city attorney now for remarks on this very important milestone.
The Americans with Disability Act is very important to me. My wife's mother was severely disabled. She had polio. But I've never met a more competent woman in my life. She raised 7 children, ran a business, and was probably the best soul I think I have known in my 58 years on this earth. In our office, we have a number of individuals who have disabilities, a number of lawyers, a number of staff, and each of them perform a great work, and they work alongside of us who have been blessed with good health. And they do that job equally and just as efficiently. I look forward in my tenure as city attorney to be able to go to the governor and ask the governor to appoint one of our lawyers with a disability as a show of competence that this act truly means something in California. I am so very honored to stand here with the councilman and with all of you in this chamber and recognize the importance of this act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. On July 26, 1990, then President George Herbert Walker Bush signed into law the Americans with Disability Act to ensure civil rights for people with disabilities. This legislation established a clear and comprehensive national mandate to eliminate discrimination against individuals with disabilities. The ADA has expanded the opportunity for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing community participation. The full promise of ADA will reach the City of Los Angeles remains committed to those efforts, as just our city attorney spoke of. On this anniversary, we salute all those who be involved, and I especially want to salute our commissioners here, and I especially want to salute Betty Wilson, because Tom Bradley, who was mayor of this city, opened the doors of this hall wider than anybody ever opened them. And Betty Wilson has been here as long as I have. And Betty Wilson used to drive a blue Chevy Nova. And Betty Wilson on her own would get out of her car and with her challenges would achieve a step by step by step and go all the way up to the 25th floor of City Hall to conduct business. Betty, I love you. I love you what you stand for. Teresa Della Vera, I love you for your great inspiration. As you have also achieved greatness, as you've improved your fitness to be able to handle the challenges, which makes me so impressive when I see you wheeling around, if it would be, to achieve your spot here in City Hall. And David, you alone have been the strongest voice that I have always heard as a constituent who comes to say these are things we have to do. Do you realize, members, in 20 years ago we didn't have a value to make curb cuts? Do you realize we didn't have a value to open doors wider? Do you realize we didn't have a value to make sure facilities, restroom facilities are open and workplace and desks and phones are? That's what ADA is all about and more. So I, on behalf of Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa and the members of this City Council and our great City Attorney along with our City Controller, hereby commend everybody for this effort as we mark this day. Let's give a big hand for all those who are challenged, who fight for the rights of all who are disabled.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A boy who was born with epilepsy in the Central Valley of California had a dream when he ascended to some of the highest halls of power in this country. A man named Tony Coelho, who we all owe a huge debt of gratitude because the epilepsy that he grew up with, the discrimination that he faced and the hardships he had to overcome at a time when there was not protection of his rights, led him to write the ADA. He was the man, he said, of all the things he did, and he was majority whip under President Reagan, one of the highest ranking officials in this land, he said the single piece of legislation he was most proud of in his life was the passage of Americans with Disability Act. And right now he's active, and all of us should be active, and we should introduce something, Mr. LaBonge, if we haven't already here in Council, in support of a convention, an international convention that right now is taking the work of ADA and the template of that for this entire world, a convention on the rights of people with disabilities that would be the first international human rights convention to specifically lay out the rights that people who live with disabilities should have in every single country in this land. So I just wanted to thank a Californian, Tony Coelho, those in the disability community who have continued that fight forward, realizing that not only does it require protection here, because we have seen savage attacks against ADA over the years, year after year in the courts, but also to push for the rights of our brothers and sisters that are around the world as well who are living with disabilities. Congratulations, and thank you, Mr. LaBonge, for doing this.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Thank you, Tom, for allowing us to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. What a great civil rights act that this truly is. Making sure that we in America are cognizant, are aware, are respectful of those who have disabilities and equal access to every possible opportunity physically and professionally. And I really want to salute Betty. I certainly want to salute Teresa. Teresa and I saw each other not long ago at the Miss Wheelchair pageant that was held at our convention center, where we honored young women who certainly were so gifted and so talented, but happened to be in a chair. And that was a great event for me to attend. And David Wolf, you are such a good commissioner. You are such a good advocate for those with disabilities. You make a regular pilgrimage to my office to inform my office and keep us aware of the issues that you are advocating for, and you are a great voice for those who have disabilities. And I just want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you for being the voice. I know it gets discouraging. I know you get weary in what you do, as we all do, but you need to remember that sometimes your voice, your advocacy for those who have disabilities may be the only voice that is being heard at that particular time for that issue. So carry on. We're with you. We appreciate what you do, making the city of Los Angeles a city that welcomes and embraces those with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. That was very eloquent, what you said, and moving. David, you are a great lobbyist. We just honored Carol Schatz as a lobbyist. You're as good as she is, if not better, because your tenacious behavior for a real human rights and civil rights issue is the key to making this democracy better. And everybody in the room here, if you live to be 80 or 90 or maybe even 100, you'll be in a wheelchair if you're going to make it that long. The reality is we all are frail in one form or another. There's a time when we might be in a wheelchair or on crutches. There might be a time when one of our limbs will go. So we're all connected on this particular issue. I think of a lawyer friend of mine named Chuck Linder, who's been fighting since he was 20 years old and lost one of his legs for the rights of people with disabilities. When I first got elected, I went to the Israel Livin Senior Center in my district, and a lady got up and said, for 10 years I've been trying to get the crosswalk thing, the cuts and the curb, so that I can take my walker. And another lady said, and I want to take my wheelchair so that I can live a normal life. Of course, I got that fixed right away. I don't know why it took 10 years, but for God's sake, that cut in the to go across the street was key for people with disabilities. So continue to fight, continue the lobbying, and we're with you 100%. We're all impacted by that. It's a basic human rights and civil rights issue. And thank you, Mr. LaBonge, for acknowledging 20 years.
Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Rosenthal, thank you. Mr. Wolf, Commissioner Wolf, for remarks.
Thank you. I would like to thank the members of the City Council and the Mayor's office for giving us this great pleasure to speak before you. It is indeed a great honor to speak before you on the 20th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. This act was indeed, is an active part of all of our civil rights legislation in this country. We've come a long way in 20 years, but we have a tremendous road to go. With your support, we will go further. We must construct new ways of approaching issues for all of our communities and bring people with disabilities and you temporarily able-bodied people together to make all of the city, all of the community work. I would like to personally thank all of you around this horseshoe for giving me the opportunity to serve as commissioner for 15 years. Thank you for saying that I'm a great advocate. Any mischief that I've achieved, I've learned from you mischief makers around this horseshoe.
Thank you, David. Commissioner Wolf, give him a big hand. Commissioner Teresa De La Vere, who my wife loves and communicates with you on the internet.
Thank you. Booker T. Washington is quoted as saying, "Success is not to be measured so much as the position one has reached in life as by the obstacles she has overcome in trying to succeed." Back in 1996, my life changed forever. I never envisioned that I would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. I honestly thought that my life was over. Little did I know that it only had just begun on a greater level. I beg. One begins to appreciate the smaller things in life that many of us take for granted. I had to relearn how to eat, speak, dress myself, and I came to a deeper and more profound appreciation for every day that I do have on this earth. When Mayor Villaraigosa appointed me to the Commission on Disabilities, he gave me my voice. He also gave me the opportunity to be the voice of others. It gave me the opportunity to be the voice of those who feel unrepresented, those who feel that no one cares, and those who feel that the system has failed them. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the signing of the American with Disabilities Act, let's take this moment to acknowledge how much has been done and how much has yet to be done. While individuals with disabilities make up 85% of the unemployed population, let's not forget the contributions that they have attributed to our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Commissioner Teresa De La Vere, thank you. And now Betty Wilson.
I am so pleased to be here to represent our department and also to bring you up to date very quickly on our accomplishments as the City of Los Angeles Department on Disability. I am now working as the Director of Community Services, which means I just don't do windows. I do everything. So we have something coming up on the 26th, which is Monday, where we're commemorating the formal presentation of the City of Los Angeles' commemoration of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I don't know if all of you know this, but from 1991, I went to Geneva, and I've been back there 3 times now, to work with the UN and make sure that we get the international law on disability ratified. Last year, President Obama did join with the United Nations in being among those who should ratify the international law on disabilities. Our department and our City of Los Angeles is looked upon internationally as a model for other municipalities. We are constantly flanked by people coming from other countries who are asking for our technical assistance. Shortly, we will even be going to China to teach them how to integrate assimilate persons into their mainstream society. We are looked upon as leaders. We will continue to do this. I want you to know that it's very important that all of you get the concept here that people with disabilities are qualified. We have minds. We have qualifications and education. My 2 colleagues here on our commission are both master's degree graduates. We've all accomplished higher education and experience professionally. We can go far. Many of us could work other places, but we have a calling to try and bring a group of people who have heretofore not had the equal opportunities to assimilate and live life as those who don't identify as having disabilities. I wanted to thank you for recognizing our achievements, for recognizing the city of Los Angeles as a model. We must continue to have this reputation and not tarnish it by being not observant of what our needs are. We want the whole city of Los Angeles, everyone, our visitors included, to have equal opportunities to live, work, and play in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Betty Wilson, give her a big hand. Members, the audience this morning, what an important time that we shared to hear their story. And I also want to remind you, this Monday here in City Hall, Mr. Garcetti, as many of us, will be there for the very important conference jointly sponsored by Worldport LA. And I want to give a shout out to Mr. Tony Cardenas, councilman, who's always been very involved in this issue as well, as we all get together here in the Rotunda in the City Hall. Let's all remember this every day is a blessing and have the challenge of others. And let's open our hands, our hearts, and our minds to help those who have other challenges to achieve the goals and desires that they have. Recognize this day, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Thank you. Our next presentation, Councilmember Jan Perry. Let's hear some jazz.
Yeah. Your dad.
That's fine.
Very good. Oh, this is very nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of David's. Big fan.
She called me this morning and said she's leaving. Is that her?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's with great pleasure that I recognize the sponsors of the 15th Annual Central Avenue Jazz Festival today, and I'd ask for them all to come up. And while they're on their way up here, I wanted to hold up this year's poster. We'll be giving away these posters throughout the Jazz Festival, which begins tomorrow, July 24th and 25th, in front of the historic Dunbar Hotel on Central Avenue. The individuals behind me represent the organizations that have enabled us to continue to present the Central Avenue Jazz Festival, a unique cultural event that pays tribute to jazz, music, African American culture, the indigenous art form, and the Central Avenue corridor and its great history. These companies or organizations are J.P. Morgan Chase, City of Los Angeles Cultural Affairs Department, the Community Redevelopment Agency, AEG, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, South Coast Air Quality Management District, Thomas Safran and Associates, NBC Universal, Paramount Pictures, the University of Southern California, Dolphin Rents, K-Jazz, and the Los Angeles Conservation Corps. This Jazz Festival is a two-day event that will take place this weekend. Will provide food, unique arts and crafts, and performances from jazz greats such as the Gerald Wilson Orchestra, the Azar Lawrence Quintet, just to name a few. The festival is an action-packed weekend that will be fun for all. The city could not continue to provide this outstanding free community event without the generosity and the support of our sponsors standing behind me here. All of the sponsors here today have provided support for this festival, and their contributions over the years have helped to make the Central Avenue Jazz Festival a world-class event, and I look forward to working with them next year to continue the celebration of jazz on Central Avenue. And I hope everyone will join us here for this fun and historic event. And if you haven't been down Central Avenue lately, you are in for an incredible treat. Major redevelopment and investment has revitalized the corridor, and I am excited to share it with all of you. And if you want more information on the festival and the lineup, please visit www.centralavenuejazz.org. And with that, I would like to present a certificate to K-Jazz. Jose Rizzo. All right, give him a big hand.
Thank you.
This is one of our masters of ceremony. You want to say a little bit about the festival?
Oh, sure. Yeah, jazz is something that is so important to the nation. It's a real, true American music art form. And the festival represents jazz, blues, and Latin jazz, and all of that music was created here in the United States. And now so little attention is given to jazz. There are only 5 full-time jazz stations left in the country. And we are the #1 in the country here at K-Jazz in Los Angeles. But, you know, we kind of survive membership by membership, year by year. So we are hoping that jazz is something that's respected, that is taken care of, especially with the Central Avenue Jazz Festival, now 15 years, and thanks to Jan Perry, it continues strong. So again, thank you all for your support of jazz. My name is Jose Rizzo, Music Director of K-Jazz, 88.1 FM.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I would like to recognize David Galaviz from the University of Southern California.
Thank you.
You want to say anything?
Sure. Just briefly, David Galaviz, Executive Director of Local Government Relations and Civic Engagement. And just on behalf of the university, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Perry and her staff for including us. The university considers itself deeply embedded in the history and the culture of South LA, so this is a great opportunity for us to continue that involvement. Thank you.
Next, I have Martha Salcedo from Anschutz Entertainment Group.
We're thrilled to play a small role in helping to preserve the legacy of jazz in Los Angeles and the history of Central Avenue. We want to thank the council member for her leadership in preserving a very unique American contribution to the world of music. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kaiser from Paramount Pictures.
I'll just be really brief. Thank you, Jan, for your contributions. And as a downtown resident, I'm glad to see this downtown, so thank you.
Okay. Craig Lawson. Sorry. Who am I missing? I'm missing McDonald's and Scott Ito from Little Tokyo Service Center. You heard from McDonald's?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. And tell me your name again. I'm sorry.
Patricia Williams.
Patricia Williams here on behalf of McDonald's.
Thank you. On behalf of all of the owner-operators in McDonald's, as well as McDonald's corporate staff, I want to say thank you, and we're certainly happy to be a part of this endeavor. Thank you.
Okay. Lamar.
That's okay. Ray Baker.
Thank you. Say your name.
Hi, Ray Baker with Lamar Advertising. I would just like to say that we love to support the community, and we're very proud to be a sponsor of this event.
Okay. We've also have David Roberts here from the University of Southern California, and then Scott Ito from the Little Tokyo Services Center. Okay. All right. Well, come on, Scott. You're going to be running the stage tomorrow with your crew. Scott Ito will be running the stage. Just want to say hello.
Hello.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Did I get everybody? Okay, great. Well, anyway, I hope to see you all. This is an incredible event starting at 12 noon tomorrow, going until 6 p.m. Again, 12 noon on Sunday, going to whenever we stop. And it is just an energy-filled, enthusiastic incredible presentation of all genres of jazz and indigenous American art form. So join us on the Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. LaBonge has a comment.
Ms. Perry, I want to thank you and everybody, especially the sponsors. Coca-Cola, they used to sponsor our baseball and our football. But I also want to shout out to Paramount Pictures for all they've done, and each and every one of you. McDonald's, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Keeping LA alive. Our next presentation, Council District 15, Ms. Janice Hahn. And there are two more presentations after Ms. Hahn's presentation, just for colleagues' information.
Hi, Janice. How are you? Good to see you. All righty.
Tom, you're gonna. Hey, congratulations. I'm doing Dolores now. So see if Tom was going back. I'm just doing Dolores now, so I didn't know if you were one in the back. No, I'm gonna come on. Okay, good. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Today it is definitely with mixed emotions that I honor someone, because in honoring her, it's also an announcement that she's leaving, actually she's leaving Los Angeles and moving to San Diego. But this is my former Southern District Director, Dolores Canizales, who we're honoring today. And Dolores worked for me for only really the past 5 years. It seems longer. And as district director, as you all know, with your own district directors, she was definitely the face of my office. She oversaw all of our harbor area staff. But Dolores had quite a resume before she came to work for Council District 15. Before she came to work for me, she worked as Director of Community and Government Relations for Loyola Marymount University. Before that, she worked for Mayor Richard Reardon. She served as the mayor's primary liaison in several council districts, giving her such a great understanding of the city and its various communities. Actually, Dolores, when I begin to piece back that whole puzzle, you actually got the job that I applied for with Mayor Reardon, and the person that interviewed both you and me decided against me and hired you, and that was our very own Tom LaBonge.
Hey, Ms. Hahn, he did the same thing to me, so don't feel bad.
Because I thought it looked like a great job, and clearly you did too. And you did really well there. She worked as an advocate for communities and was also the project manager for various City of Los Angeles Targeted Neighborhood Initiative projects, which we remember was a federally funded community revitalization program. Before that, she was executive director for the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, and she also lived in South Florida, where she worked as executive vice president of the other Hollywood Chamber and the Southwest Broward Chamber of Commerce. Her son, Alexander, is here, as well as her husband, Tom. And a lot of my staff, most of my staff came here today because they really wanted to stand here and honor Dolores. She was such a wonderful leader. She was a mentor to many of our staff. She really was such a good public servant in all that she did. And we all know that dealing with constituents and really running our offices is such a time-consuming, difficult, soul-consuming job. You can't make everybody happy, but Dolores, when it's all said and done, was a great public servant, a great person who never turned anyone away, always met with people, always tried to solve people's problems, and we will really miss you in our office. I know I will. But I really wanted to honor you today. I wanted to thank you for really your entire career here in Los Angeles and wish you well in your next chapter. She's moving down to San Diego. We really will miss you, but we wish you the best and hope that you have a great life after this. So congratulations.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I just want to do a quick shout out. You know, we're one person, us electeds, but who we really are are you, the extension of us, those that are the day-to-day contact with the tens of thousands of people that interact with us every day. We can only do so much. So you're the face and you're the hands and you're the heart, really, of our offices. So what you've been able to do for Ms. Hahn, you did for the people of that area and for all of us in the city. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making the democracy work in the 15th District. Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
Mr. Labange, please press your button.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Lois, I want to thank you for all your service to Los Angeles and your wonderful son. I remember when he was born. Your wonderful husband, who was a Marine. Let's give the Marine a big hand. 30 years next year. I know San Diego is a great place for those who are in the service. And you did it. You help people. That's the job of anyone in City Hall, is to help people. You help people reach their goal. I remember many milestones in your life personally, the birth of your child, when you bought your new home, all these things that you made a difference personally and then professionally of always helping people of the 15th District. I'm proud. So on behalf of Mayor Richard Reardon, who you work for, I can still say that. On behalf of myself, I salute you for your years of service to Los Angeles and wish you well in all your very future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's obviously an honor and a privilege to be here. I was very fortunate when I got to Los Angeles to be able to work for Councilwoman Hahn and for Richard Reardon. As was mentioned, Tom Labange did hire me back in 1993. And it's been a wonderful ride working for the City of Los Angeles. One of the things that wasn't mentioned is that I'm originally from San Francisco. I grew up in the Bay Area. I was born and raised in the Mission District. And I left when I was 20 because I realized, I went to school in San Jose, graduated from San Jose State, and at that time I realized there's actually sunshine outside of San Francisco. So I never went back. And I've lived most of my adult life here in Los Angeles. So when I came here, I came by myself, and working for the city, I was able to be part of something bigger. I was part of the city family, a family that really watches out for each other. And I feel so proud and happy, and I'm glad I got that job, Tom, because it really opened the door for so many other opportunities. But what I've learned from these two people, Tom, who was my boss at the beginning, and now Janice, who's I think still my boss.
Not officially anymore.
No, not anymore. But I learned that people are the most important in the city, to focus on the neighborhoods, focus on the little things that make a difference in their lives. A red curb, a curb cut, a dangerous strand of wire, those are the little things that really make a difference. And we learned that quality of life is so important, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to touch the lives of so many people in Los Angeles. I got here in 1992, went straight to San Pedro. I'm leaving San Pedro now, but I've lived most of my life, adult life, in San Pedro. And there's a saying in San Pedro that when people leave, they always come back. So perhaps one of these days I will be back to Los Angeles, my favorite city now. Thank you very much.
Bless you. We have one more speaker that would like to say a few words about Dolores.
My name is Delmy Ruiz, and I am from SALES, the Salvadorian American Leadership Development. I would like to thank you for all your time, support you give us to us from the beginning when we started the organization. I remember once we have a board meeting, she was pregnant, she fainted in our meeting, and she was keep going, even with the pregnancy and all the symptoms that she had at that moment. But that shows who she is. I know the city of San Pedro is going to miss her, but also the city of LA. We wish you well, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, who's on the back? Who's on the back? Okay. Thank you.
I see the next presentation, Mr. Weezar, followed by Mr. Parks will be our final presentation. Mr. Weezar.
Thank you. you for all you've done with all of us, really. You're a great lady. Thank you. Great mom.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I am thrilled to be here today to recognize, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, an individual that has given of himself to the Boyle Heights community, not only as a doctor, but also as a friend, as a role model, and advisor. It is quite an honor to have seen the outpouring of support for this individual this past weekend at a community event where the community honored Dr. Barnes for his over 48 years of service to the community. You heard testimony after testimony about how Dr. Barnes not only served as their physician for over 48 years for generations of families in the Pico Aliso community, in the Boyle Heights community, but he also was that support, that mentor, that friend for many of those families. And I thought it was fitting to bring Dr. Barnes to City Council to honor him and to thank him for his years of service, and to say that the City of Los Angeles supports individuals like Dr. Barnes for his service. Now, you also should read his bio sometime, because this is an individual that has overcome many obstacles, having lived through that shameful history in our country's past where segregation was accepted as the norm, having lived through the South when that was the way of life. Yet Dr. Barnes looked beyond that, was able to become a physician with very little resources, having become the first African American to graduate from the Irvine School of Medicine. We will pass out his bio to all so that you could see not only how an individual came from very little, spent time reading at the dinner table, working as a young boy to save money, to do what he had to do to one day be able to achieve his dream of becoming a physician. You know, I, having grown up in Boyle Heights, recognize the importance of having people like Dr. Barnes. Boyle Heights is a low-income community, and when people step up and provide that support service, it is really, really appreciated. It is because of people like Dr. Barnes that many of us have good health. Many of us are able to rely on somebody to go beyond the call of duty to really watch out for us. So I wanted to have the whole city of Los Angeles recognize Dr. Barnes for his work, for his legacy, for the respect and dignity that he took to work with the local community of Boyle Heights. And Dr. Barnes, I want to present to you at this time, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles and on behalf of the Boyle Heights community, a certificate of recognition and thank you for your over 48 years of service to the Boyle Heights community and for your achievements. It is remarkable what you have accomplished. Thank you and congratulations, Dr. Barnes.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to everyone who is responsible for this day of recognition. I especially thank the Los Angeles community of Pico Gardens and Los Casitas residents who are responsible for this day, and also Councilmember Riza. I also thank the community for giving me the opportunity to serve them for 48 years.
We are also joined here by a few members of the Boyle Heights community and Dr. Barnes' daughter, Christine Barnes, her husband, Todd Keith, and their son, who is very active right now playing with one of his video games. But we have an individual here who will now share a few words about Dr. Barnes.
Oh, yes. Hello, everybody. I'm here on a different mission today. Okay. My name is Bon, and I know each and every one of you here almost. But anyway, I'm here for this doctor. 48 years ago, he came to my community. And first of all, when we heard he was black, oh, all of us ran to see him. Such a good-looking one anyway. But I will say this. Well, you know, I live in Boyle Heights, so it's at that time, and it still is majority Hispanic, and at that time we really didn't have a good-looking African-American black doctor down there. But there were some of us black women down there, so we went to see him, and of course he was already married. But bringing it up to date, for 48 years I can say I have been blessed to have such a beautiful doctor, because I'm this kind of person. When something's wrong, don't rush me through. Where my health is concerned, I want you to answer each and every one of my questions. And what happened is, when we all went through, and it used to be a social gathering, because we would sit there and wait. He brought in other doctors, but nobody wanted to see the other doctors. We would sit there for 15, oh, my time is up. Give me a few more minutes. 15, 20, or 30 minutes to see him. And let me tell you something. He would patiently answer every question. But he had a nurse there that we didn't like, but she kept him on. You know, she come knock on the door. Dr. Barnes, you have other patients. Dr. Barnes, you have other patients. And we didn't like her too much, but we gave her respect also. But I want to say, I happen to have been blessed. He was my doctor. I'm sorry to see him go. He didn't born my children, but he pierced my daughter's ears and everything else that I wanted done. So I just want to say I'm sorry for all of you that have never had a doctor like him. Believe me, and in this medical system, the way it is today, oh boy, we hate to see him leave. But he got to go, but he's coming back. So thank you all very much. Thank you for recognizing him, and God bless Dr. Barnes. All right.
Well said. We also have a testimonial for another community member, Margarita Amador, who also is on the neighborhood council.
Thank you so much for doing this honor for Dr. Barnes. Like Bon mentioned, he wasn't just a doctor, he's part of our extended family, and he continues to support all of our efforts to continue to empower our community. And I know Dr. Barnes, you know, he has brought many of us into this world, and you know, there was never an obstacle for him to see any of us, so we really are sad to see him go, but he deserves to have time for himself. And Dr. Barnes, again, we love you, and we're going to truly, truly miss you. I know you're not going to go away because Pico Elise is your home. Thank you.
Margarita, you want to translate for her, or should I?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Teresa Soto.
Good morning, my name is Teresa Soto.
Y soy residente de Pico Garden, Las Casitas.
I reside in Pico Gardens, Las Casitas.
Por 41 años.
For 41 years.
Este día vengo a apoyar al doctor y a reconocerlo.
Today I come to support the doctor and to recognize him, give him recognition.
Por su trabajo.
For his work.
Su dedicación.
His dedication.
Su apoyo a los jóvenes.
And the support that he has given to the youth.
Y decirle que la comunidad de Pico Gardens.
And to tell him that the Pico Gardens community.
Boyle
Heights.
Nunca lo va a olvidar.
Will never forget him.
Él todo el tiempo va a tener las puertas de la comunidad abiertas.
The doors of the community are always going to be open for him.
Nuestro corazón y todo lo que sentimos por él es amor,
and
dedicación.
Our heart will also be open. All that we feel for him is love.
Y respeto.
And respect for his dedication.
De él aprendimos muchas cosas.
We have learned so many things from him.
Tenemos buenos recuerdos.
We have very good memories.
Y una vez estoy aquí para reconocer su amor.
And I am here to recognize his love.
Su dedicación.
His dedication.
Y le doy gracias a Dios.
And I thank God
por haber sido parte
de su vida en la comunidad.
For being able to be part of his life in the
Dios lo
community.
bendiga, doctor.
God bless you, doctor.
Y usted tiene un lugar especial en la comunidad.
You have a very special place in the community. Thank
Gracias,
you.
doctor.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Indeed, we have a very special individual, a person who has given so much to this community, has achieved so much, and I am very honored to have been able to get to know him. On behalf of the city, thank you so much, Dr. Barnes, once again.
Tom LaBonge, Councilmember LaBonge.
Mr. Weezer, this is what a great councilman does, is recognize somebody who's affected so many families throughout life. I just want to congratulate everybody today for this special honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Congratulations, Doctor.
We're going to go in the back and take some photos.
Very well. Congratulations, and thank you for your service to the community. Councilmember Parks, our final presentation. Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to ask Colin Chu from the City Attorney's Office to come up with his family. Step up here. Guys, come up close so you can be on Channel 35. This is the continued loss of experience and dedicated service due to retirement. And Colin has been the Office of City Attorney as an assistant city attorney, and he's been there for 32 years. Come on up here. Of outstanding service to the city. We have the city attorney here and also the chief of staff. Colin graduated from the University of California, Berkeley in 1964 and with an MBA in finance, and in 1969 from Hastings College of Law. Before working for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, he worked there from 1969 to 1972. He started working for the city of Lawyers and Housing Project when he worked for 2 years until he moved to Sacramento to work for the state legislature for 3 years. In 1977, he started his career with the city attorney's office, during which he supervised the office's grant, housing, community development section for several years. He then became the city's lead attorney on city financing, including general obligation bonds, special tax revenue bonds, housing bonds, certificate of participations, tax increment bonds for the Community Development Agency of the City of Los Angeles, and also industrial development bonds for the Industrial Development Authority in the City of LA. He wrote all of the bond authorization measures presented to the city voters in the last 20 years. Today we want to honor him not only for his 32 years of service to this city and this community, but also to highlight the milestones and the things that he's achieved that will be his legacy within this city. No longer will we be able to just say Colin will handle that, because someone else will be in that position. And as you know, in city government, we often can replace a person quickly. We just can't replace their knowledge, dedication, and their long history of understanding what is going on in that particular operation. So we're going to miss him. I think he's the fourth or fifth deputy city attorney that's left us in the last several months with that 30-plus years of experience and understanding the background and the history. We all saw just recently on a case we reviewed that it was so old that no one in the city government knew the details to recreate the circumstances. That's the history we're going to lose with him moving on and someone else handling that issue. Let me ask the city attorney, Carmen Trutanis, to come up and also make some remarks.
Thank you, Bill. We lost over 40 lawyers of over 30 years experience as a result of ERIP. What you're seeing behind me are two lawyers that account for about 53 years of experience in the city, and that's a big hit. And if you can just do the math on how many years of experience we've lost. But in Colin's case, we didn't just lose a lawyer with 32 years of experience. We lost probably the best deal we have going. If you go out to the private sector and try to hire bond counsel, which Colin did for our office, you're going to end up spending somewhere between $500 to $750 an hour and minimum for competent bond counsel, especially one with the experience that Colin has. Here in the city, I'm going to guess that you made nothing near that, did you? But we had someone to go to in this city to accomplish that. As with Mary Jo's wife, who did pensions, we had someone in the city. As a result of ERIP, we don't have that anymore. This is a man that I was privileged to speak at his retirement party to tell the folks that were there from our office just what we lost. And I'd love to have him back. The good and bad of ERIP. The good is you get to enjoy your life. The bad is I don't enjoy mine. So with that said, Colin, welcome to retirement. Mary Jo, welcome to retirement. You both were a credit to the city of Los Angeles. I'm so very proud to be the city attorney knowing that you, for a short time, were under my watch.
Colin, on behalf of the Los Angeles City Council, we want to just say congratulations on 32 years. We hope you don't put this in your parakeet cage, but we want you to remember those years and the people that you represented and the people that you served. So congratulations.
Mr. Labange.
Colin, I want to thank you on behalf of past city councils and past city staff. To have a 32-year career in a public office, it shows extreme dedication. So I want to thank you for that. I know you've helped me along the way on a number of the items, but thank you for your dedication as a public servant.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, thank you very much for this beautiful resolution. It's really impressive. I've been here for 32 and a half years, and it's been a rewarding time for me to have been involved in the financing of the city's programs, ranging all the way from the wastewater program, the stormwater program, all the city facilities like the parks, like the libraries, the police and fire stations, and also the industrial development bonds and multifamily and single-family housing programs. Actually, my participation with the city predates 1977 when I came to the city attorney's office. Prior to that time, the city council was involved in supporting me and the American Bar Association and the Ford Foundation and the LA County Bar Association in funding the LA Lawyers for Housing project. His purpose was to encourage the development, the construction, and the rehabilitation of housing units for low and moderate income people. The program ended 2 years of funding, and then I went to Sacramento and then came back, and I had the privilege and pleasure of working with Councilman Hernandi Bernardi and Councilman President John Ferraro, and we ended up adding to the city charter a section that provided for authority for the city to issue housing bonds. We predated the state's action authorizing all the cities in the state to do that. As I think back on the 32 years and working with the city council, I also think of council members Pat Russell, Hal Bernson, David Cunningham, and now today, Councilman Parks, Councilman Labange. Really appreciate working and learning from you fellows. Councilmember Hahn, 32 and a half years. It's been a rewarding time. Much of it is due to the abilities, the wise advice, the mentoring that I've had from other attorneys in the office. Very briefly, let me just thank the city attorneys in particular, Bert Pines, who hired me into the office. Thankful for that. Mayor Jim Hahn, our city attorney. And now I'm sorry, Nooch, that I won't be here to work under you for very long.
We'll have to get you back so you can thank me.
And in particular, let me just mention a couple of the city folks that I want to particularly acknowledge and thank. In the City Attorney's Office, I want to thank Pete Echeverria, Dov LaSalle, Mark Brown, Chris Westhoff, David Schulman, and there are many, many more. I'm sure I'm forgetting them, such as George Buchanan, who was counsel to the City Council for a number of years, Ron Tuller, who was head of the Finance Unit in the City Attorney's Office for a number of years. I also want to thank and point out to you the good work of some of the city departments that I've had the privilege of working with. In particular, I want to point out the good work of the city's Industrial Development Authority and the community development staff who help the IDA in its functions. I've also had the privilege of working with the city's redevelopment agency as they issue their tax increment bonds for infrastructure and also for housing bonds. 32 years. I've also worked with the CAO's office, the department I probably work most with, and I want to thank David Broadsley, who is now in the private sector. I want to thank Jerry Miller, and now I want to thank Natalie Brill and Mario Vasquez in the city administrative office. In the 32 years, the best thing about the 32 years is that when I came to this office, I met a very talented, smart, beautiful lady, deputy city attorney. Her name was Mary Jo Kerwin. And we just celebrated 30 years, and we have two beautiful, smart, talented daughters. One is working and cannot be here today, Tiffany. The other one is here, and it's Nicole. Nicole, I don't know what we did wrong, but she also became a lawyer. And I guess constraints prohibit me from saying anything more than to watch this fall's The Apprentice program. You may see someone there you might recognize. And so after 32 years, I want to thank everyone. Thank you for the privilege of helping to improve the quality of life here in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go in the back.
Congratulations. All right, that concludes our presentations for today. So, Mr. Clerk, if we can please run through the agenda.
First items on the agenda, items 1 through 3, are ordinances notice for public hearing, and there is a card on item 1, and council should have 12 members today. Do you wish to hold 2 and 3 as well?
Yes, we'll hold that until we have 12 members, yes.
Next item 4, is a public convenience and necessity item in Council District 5, and there is a card on that as well.
All right.
Items 5 through 7 are items for which public hearings have been held. And item 7, there is a request to continue that matter to July 30th.
That will be without objection.
And Madam President, there are cards on item 6, and a public hearing was not satisfied in committee.
All right. We'll
and I do hear Mr. Parks wants item 5 called special.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Item 5 is called special.
Next items on the agenda, items 8 through 16 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and there's a request to continue item 11 to next Wednesday, July 28th.
That'll be without objection on item 11.
And you do have cards in that section on items 9, 10, 12, 15, and 16.
All right. Next item.
That does leave for council items 8, 13, and 14.
Ms. Hahn? Ms. Hahn, did you want to call you wanted to call 9 special? Ms. Hahn is calling 9 special. All right, members, any other items? Okay, what's our next order of business?
Madam President, a vote would be required then on items 8, 13, and 14.
Okay, open the roll on those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next order of business.
Madam President, do you wish to go to public comment at this time?
Before we go to public comment, I'd like to take item 6 at the request of Council President Garcetti. All right, Mr. Garcetti, did you wish to set a time limit on the public hearing? We have a number of cards here. Both.
It's normal public hearing. So I don't know how many cards are there. How many cards are there?
There are about 8 to 10 cards here.
Okay, that's fine.
5. There are about 10 cards here. All right, speakers will be given 2 minutes each. I will call up those who are against the proposal first and ask you to line up at the microphone before we begin. That's Ann, I think it's I can't read your writing, but it's Ann Melendo or I'm sorry, Ann. Militello, you from the Dillon Street Neighborhood Watch. Is there an Ann Militello here? Okay, if she can come to the mic. And after Ann will be Kelly Spencer. Is Kelly Spencer still here? Come on up, Kelly. Christopher Heiser. Christopher Heiser. All right, Christopher. And Joel Ritz. Joel Ritz. Come on up, Joel. And Scott Crawford. All right, these are all the individuals opposed to the project. All right, Ann, if you would state your name for the record, you will be our first speaker.
Yes, good morning. My name is Ann Militello. I'm a homeowner on Dillon Street in Vendome, and I'm also head of the Dillon Street Neighborhood Watch group. I'm a longtime resident of Silver Lake. I was recently burglarized last summer, and I started a neighborhood watch group to try to be proactive about crime in my neighborhood. There was some suspicion that my particular burglary was done by members of a halfway house in my neighborhood called the Dream Center, and that's still being looked into. So I am concerned about these types of establishments so close to my neighborhood. I've worked closely with the LAPD to try to curb graffiti in the neighborhood, to deal with crime activity, to raise awareness with my neighbors, to get people involved and active. And I believe we've made some progress. There's been a bit of decrease in crime right in our immediate neighborhood because of it. This corner that this establishment is going into is kind of a gateway to our area. There's a lot of residences that have to come by this particular corner in this street to drive by, walk by, or ride their bikes by to get to local establishments. There's new restaurants, there's new shops, there's new bars right in that immediate block. There's a lot of people coming in to do business now, and it's finally bubbling with activity. It's a great area, and I'm afraid, and this particular building, these owners have had this for 2 years, it's a mess. There's garbage, there's graffiti, it's unkept, it's the blight of the neighborhood, and these same people have had this building for 2 years. So if these people are coming in, according to what we've been reading, this will be a shelter for chronically homeless, and this is, I'm quoting, and mentally unstable people. Anyway, I urge you to vote no to this. Kelly? Can I continue or no? That's it.
That's your time's up. Kelly Spencer is our next speaker.
Okay, hello. Thanks for hearing from us today. We just found out about this last night, very late, and if we had had more time, I assure you, there would have been a much larger contingent of us here to express our concerns about this. I live about a block away from this proposed site, and we have worked very, very hard over the years to clean up the neighborhood. This site is 1/2 block from a park at the bottom of the Music Box stairs where children play, and the residents finally have a safe place of green in our neighborhood to go to, many of which have apartments, so they do spend a lot of time in that park. We're very concerned about the homeless, mentally ill, and drug-addicted people loitering there. And I'm not a NIMBY. I have tons of compassion. But we already have 3 that I know of these type of facilities within walking distance of this facility. And it's been historically proven that it is not a good idea. That it is.
It'll cover you. We'll turn it up over there.
There's 3 of these facilities within walking distance of this one. And this is going to be a big one. This is 36 units. How many of these do we have to have in our neighborhood? You know, when is it going to end? There has been a large uptick in crime actually recently, and when we meet with the police, they say that most of the car burglaries and residential burglaries, or the car break-ins and residential burglaries, are drug-addicted people looking for something to sell, so they can get drug money. And it's my understanding that Homeless Healthcare of Los Angeles will be running this. They do the biggest needle exchange program in LA, so I assume beyond the mentally ill and the chronically homeless, there will be a lot of drug addicts there. That corner, as Ann said, is a gateway to our neighborhood. It's right by the bus stop. All the kids walk by there to get through our neighborhood all day. And at night, with the new establishments we have there, there's single women walking to their cars that park there.
Christopher Heiser.
Hi, my name is Chris Heiser. I've been a resident of Silver Lake off and on since 1996. My wife and I have been homeowners for 3 years, and we live on Dillon Street right around the corner from Vendome and the proposed facility. I have a 17-month-old baby girl, and I'm going to talk about my perspective as a parent. Vendome has become a crucial corridor for families and kids. It connects them with buses, schools, shops, like skate shops, parks, bike shops, good stuff for kids. We love this community for its diversity. It's a great cross-demographic of people. It's fundamentally urban. Anyone who knows this community understands that Vendome between Sunset and Marathon has been bookended by crime and drug dealing. And in the last few years, it has changed dramatically. It's been cleaned up by the people, by this neighborhood, without a blanket gentrification, meaning that we haven't pushed out, as a group of people, there's a tremendous, great working class community that remains there. We're not NIMBYs. We live off Sunset Boulevard in an urban environment. This facility threatens this equanimity. It could shut down crucial access for kids that live next door in apartments. Recognizing the challenges of this property, the community has earned a right to help determine its future. There are other opportunities for this crucial location, and we ask for time that they be discussed. Again, we have not heard about this until last night, and I promise you there will be a much bigger group. So we do have time to postpone this, and I ask we postpone this vote so we can talk a little bit more about it. Thank you.
Mr. Joel Ritz.
Good morning. My name is Joel Ritz. I'm a stakeholder in the Silver Lake Neighborhood District, and I'd like to address myself briefly to the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee that brought this proposal this far. You have committed a great blunder. This is a terrific wake-up call to the citizens of the Silver Lake Neighborhood District. We are united together against this project and any project that would disrupt the peace and tranquility that has been hardly won through hard work and an effort by private citizens and private enterprise in the district. So I ask Mr. Garcetti, our representative, and the rest of the city council members to oppose this project immediately. Thank you very much.
Scott Crawford.
Hi. I'm coming to you today not to speak about Barnsdall Park, not to speak for the neighborhood council. I'm coming to you today as a citizen. I've been a resident of Silver Lake for 20 years. I've owned my home for 22 years. You know, Silver Lake is one of the highest density neighborhoods in the city. We have, at this point, right in this area, we have 3 different projects exactly like that. In fact, I was one to vote to enlarge one of the projects 3 months ago. So the problem is, you're dumping another one in our neighborhood. There is no parking in our neighborhood. Local, which is a restaurant right across the street from this, had to get a bicycle valet in order to open their doors because we could not find 3 measly parking spaces. So instead of giving $6 million to another homeless shelter, why not buy the property from them and build a $6 million parking lot to help our neighborhood come up? We ask you, we beg you to vote no or to postpone this. I've also brought letters from the community, and we haven't even begun to start our fight against this, because in 2008, there were over 4,000 people saying no to this, and we urge you to vote no or postpone it today. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to call those individuals who are in support of this proposal. Dora Gallo, Steve Renahan, Stephen Wong, Bill Watanabe, Mara Pelsman, and Lance Simon. You can line up at the mic. Okay, Dora Gallo, first speaker.
Good morning. My name is Dora Leon Gallo, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Community of Friends. We're the organization proposing to build this particular project. Our mission is to end homelessness through the provision of quality supportive housing for people who have disabilities. And you all here heard today's presentation about the American with Disabilities Act, so I want to remind you of that. We have built supportive housing in communities as diverse as Hollywood, Santa Monica, Pacoima, North Hills, and Hollywood, among other communities. We have completed 35 apartment buildings in Los Angeles County, primarily in the city of Los Angeles, as well as Orange County and San Diego. We understand the community's concerns. Every time we go into a particular community to propose a development, we encounter concerns about crime, about parking, about loitering, and we have always addressed those concerns. We absolutely are committed to meeting with the communities, the people in the Dillon Street Neighborhood Council, Neighborhood Watch, who we're not aware of. We have made some overtures to the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council. We have done 2 presentations to that group. We've also presented to the Silver Lake Improvement Association. But when everyone realized that this project was by right, the concerns lessened. We stopped getting phone calls to come and present. So I am coming here today to recommit to meeting with the community to address their concerns. And I also wanted to indicate that supportive housing is not a shelter. And while there may be shelters in the particular area, our proposal to develop apartments with supportive services will enable people who have been formerly disadvantaged to really take control of their lives, to really take advantage of the services that are going to be offered by our organization, as well as Homeless Health Care Los Angeles. And I'm here to answer any more questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Renahan.
Good morning, President Perry, members of council. My name is Steve Renahan. I'm a 17-year resident of Silver Lake in Councilmember Labange's district. I hope that you will vote in favor of this project. This is a property that desperately needs to be redeveloped. A Community of Friends plan will produce a beautiful apartment building that will house formerly homeless individuals. In doing that, it'll make the neighborhood more safe, because the homeless will be off the street, receiving the services they need to live productive lives. A Community of Friends has an outstanding history of being a good neighbor in its many projects throughout the city and throughout Southern California, and I'm confident they'll be a good neighbor in Silver Lake. Thank you.
Stephen Wong. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill Watanabe.
My name is Bill Watanabe. I'm Executive Director of the Little Tokyo Service Center. We are an affordable housing developer, and we've also done some special needs affordable housing. I have to say that a Community of Friends is probably one of the most premier affordable housing and special needs housing developers in the city of Los Angeles. And the city is quite fortunate, I think, to have a group like a Community of Friends doing the work that they do. And then when they do a project to provide housing for those in need, they're very conscious about the neighborhood and to do a good project that's managed well so that it becomes an asset for that community. I'm also a resident of Silver Lake. I've lived in Silver Lake for 30 years, and I think, as some members of the community have said, Silver Lake is a great neighborhood. I love the neighborhood. I love being there, and I think if we can share it with those in need, it would also be a big plus for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Stephen Wong present? Stephen Wong? Okay, great.
He had to leave.
Okay, that's fine. Mara Pelsman?
Good morning. I'm Mara Pelsman. I'm the Executive Director for Gateways Hospital and Mental Health Center. Gateways owns various property in the Silver Lake area. We have been a mental health provider as well as a permanent housing provider transitional housing provider, and we provide mental health supportive services in the Silver Lake neighborhood, and we have done so for 56 years. We have worked very closely over the last 9 years with the community of friends in their buildings and assisting in various projects, and I am here today to support their project. The building is permanent housing for individuals that are formerly homeless and mentally ill, and as a mental health service provider, we believe, and our corporation believes, that these services are in dire need for the community. Thank you.
Mr. Lance Simon.
Good morning, Lance Simon. I'm a resident of Silver Lake, and I'm here in support because I, for a long time, was with the opponents of this type of project. And as I've gotten more involved over the years, I've learned that these type of projects are absolutely essential to the overall stability of our city. And when you meet the people that live here and you understand that they are permanent residents, they are neighbors, they are people in your city, in your neighborhood, and they're being helped. They're not alienated anymore. There's nothing you can do but support this. These people take pride in what they do. They'll probably be the people that are standing outside sweeping the sidewalks because they're proud. These are homes for them now, and it's very wrong to think that they should go somewhere else. So please put your full support behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. That marks the end of our public hearing and our public speaker cards, and our first speaker will be Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking folks who are here today on this issue and they took time. I know Fridays where we have presentations are a long wait to be heard, and I appreciate everybody who was here and who took the time to be here. And this is a painful issue. One of the things Jackie Goldberg, my predecessor, told me once is you can't dismiss people's fear. They come from a real place. They have to be addressed. They have to be confronted. They have to be resolved. And not that we can always address all the fear that we have, but let me start just from a personal place, which is that I used to live in Silver Lake. I live in Echo Park now, but I live within walking distance of about 5 different quote-unquote facilities. They're homes, one of which is much larger than anything of the ones that are in Silver Lake. It's been in the community for a long time, an important part of the community. And for me personally, just speaking as a resident, not as a council member, what's important is who runs these places, not whether or not they exist. Because when they don't exist, we have people who are homeless on our streets anyway. We have people with substance abuse problems, people who are ex-offenders, who come back into our communities because they're the friends, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, sons and daughters of people in the community, and they live with no rules. In housing facilities where there's no program set up, where there's nothing there, it's actually, I found, and over time in the 9 years I've been your representative, when we find cases of people who have committed crimes and other things, it's most often those who are with no supervision and no structure in their lives and nothing to turn that around. We do live in a very densely populated part of the city, so we can very quickly get to those places in our neighborhoods, just as we can get to many different places in our neighborhood and say, wow, it seems like this is just something that's being dumped into the neighborhood. I remember when we were looking at Laguna Apartments, which also has a number of formerly homeless people and people who are living with severe disabilities, with AIDS and other things, right there on Sunset Boulevard at Myra. And there was a lot of community opposition from some folks who said, I don't fear them coming in, but I don't think this is the right place. We have, so much that we're doing at Sunset Junction, help turn around. And I want to say I appreciate all the things that you guys have said about what's happening in the neighborhood, because I've been out there myself. I've cut that median down and cleaned it up, a dozen times probably. I've been there. We've worked strategically with the vacant properties there to try to get good neighborhood-serving restaurants in, and to work, when local or something in Mr. Labange's district can't work through the parking issues, we both work together on that to make sure it stays there, that that's something that's permanent. And to get those new shops in and to say we want independent businesses, not chain stores and others to come in. So we've been part of that renaissance together. But I rise as your representative to the folks that are opposed to say a couple things. One, what we're voting on today, folks, this is a by right project. What we're voting on is the issuance of the bonds, which it's not city money worthy, just an issuer, anybody who does affordable housing housing can go to their local government and do that, and that's just the official agency that's kind of the pass-through of the bonds. The project could be done with or without. When something's by right, it can be done, period. A couple of the concerns that were brought up, though, for instance, parking, for it to not be something that is lower income, I guarantee you there's going to be worse parking problems. We had this in Echo Park, where consistently any affordable housing projects we have actually have parking vacancies. People are poor, they just don't have cars at the same level of when people are paying more market rates for apartments. So I think the impact on that front, you will find, because we found that pretty consistently, to be less. Secondly, though, what is important is who is going to be in charge of this. And I don't have, ACOF is a nonprofit, a community of friends. I've come to these opinions over 9 years of working with them. I do think that they are an extraordinarily conscientious developer. It does worry me when you talked about the graffiti and the trash. We talked, I know, in a series of community meetings about a security plan, and I want to make sure those are in place. Because in contrast to folks in places where we'll have folks who are getting out of prison, who are homeless, trying to get off the streets, who have substance abuse, but there's no rules, these people are going to be living in a pretty highly regimented, rule-based environment. That's the point of permanent supportive housing. When Laguna Apartments were finished, I remember a lot of people came to me and said, how can I get into those apartments? And they weren't low-income folks. There's like, those are so beautiful, they won an architecture award. I know this is not a new structure. But it was one of those moments where we actually made Silver Lake a lot safer because we had along Myra there on Sunset, where it was vacant land and where people would walk between Sunset Junction over towards what was then, Circuit City and Fountain, a very unsafe area, whereas now it's a place where the people feel like it's something they can be proud of. The irony was that it was so beautiful that you can only go in there if you are poor, and that was the whole point. It's means tested. But to me, over time, it's not whether something has people that are formerly homeless in it or not. It's not whether or not they're low income or not. It's whether we have a good project with good people behind it. And as your representative, I urge today the support of my colleagues. I think we should move forward, but I also promise my constituents that the issues you've brought up are not ones that we get the vote and they get washed away. I promise you to continue to make sure that those are solved for you, because I think that we can actually do something here that is win-win, where you feel that momentum isn't slowed down one bit, where the neighbors, when we abstract who these people are, when we talk about homeless or people with substance abuse issues, or we talk about people who come from a certain environment, it sounds scary. When we begin to dial back and realize these are people that are on the streets of Silver Lake anyway, that they're people who are linked to our families in the city, that they're human beings, then we say, how do we collectively make sure that this works better and make sure it's not a group that comes in and that doesn't care about Silver Lake and will ignore them? That is the only thing I can give you, because I know not everybody will agree on that, but you have that word and that promise from me that I'll continue to do that. I'd like to speak with ACOF about specifically getting together on the security plan, which is something we've talked about over time, but I think we really need to nail down, and I need ACOF to reassure us on that side. Not because they're inherently scarier places, but I think that the neighborhood deserves that. And I think that together we will find something that will be a great addition to the community. And I understand that fear. I hear you. I can only say, as a fellow neighbor that lives very close by to one, I don't have any more fear in my day, and I want to make sure that you have a place where people live, where you have that same feeling in your heart as well. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, this project is not in my district, and I respect the wishes of Councilmember Garcetti, but I do want to say that Community of Friends, I've worked with them on a number of projects in my district, and they have done nothing but good work. And not only do they do good construction, but more importantly, they have tremendous support services for the people that they serve. Wherever they've established themselves in my district, they have upgraded the community. And so I have the highest regard for that organization. And I trust Mr. Garcetti will work with them to work with the community in general to address your concerns, to make sure that they can provide the quality of life to their residents that doesn't affect the quality of life of others. In fact, I'm sure that if you come together, you'll improve the quality of life for all. So I'm going to support this, not just because it's the president of the city council, but more importantly because I've worked with this organization and I knew they do great work.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Madam President and members. Mr. Garcetti, I know it's your work and what your staff is committed to, as well as my staff. The Community of Friends, as Mr. Alacon said, is an organization that is in for the long haul. They're not just building a building to try to reap some type of benefit. So I just wanted to pledge my support to you, Mr. Garcetti, and your staff to deal with issues of Sunset Boulevard and the effects of whatever challenges are. I grew up in this neighborhood. There's halfway houses, always have been halfway houses. But this is an opportunity house. That's a Community of Friends is going to be there. I didn't like the fact that, I don't know if the clerk could tell us, or whatever explanation, Mr. Garcetti, and I know you don't like the fact, why all of a sudden, this is something that has been discussed in the community, but when they said they didn't know about it, do you have any information just for the public?
I'll take some responsibility. I have to say I came here and I didn't realize this was on today. My staff obviously has been working on it. That, I think, is the volume of stuff, and my apologies. It was nothing conscious or, we had the committee hearing and I know people were there, and I think it gets publicly put out there, but that's not a good enough excuse, because for people who are following a particular issue, we can't ask you to read through everything, so I can only say my apologies.
But I'm committed to working with you and your neighborhood councils on both sides, the Silver Lake Improvement Association, all the groups to try to deal with the issues. Officer Pohanki and also officers from Rampart who border that area to make a difference there. Thank you.
And for the record, the agenda for today's meeting was noticed appropriately within 72 hours of today's meeting.
Which would have been Monday of this week?
Tuesday.
Mr. Garcetti.
While we're here, since we have this moment, can I ask Acuff to come forward to the podium just for a moment to address? There's three things that jumped out at me. One was the kind of current maintenance and the issues that residents brought up with graffiti and garbage and what's going on, who's maintaining stuff. That's fine right there. And then just on security plans as well. And I know, look, it's also tough. It's a 36-unit building, permit security, things like that, obviously have a huge cost. Can you just address briefly both of those and what you can do for better maintenance on that, and then what we can do to kind of put together a plan with the community on security issues?
Sure. The maintenance and graffiti comments caught me off guard also, because I wasn't aware that it existed. We have a contracted somebody that we contract with who lives a few blocks away to help us maintain the buildings, and we're also connected to the police department. We get notified when there is an incident, graffiti, or if there's weeds and such. The person that we contract with will go by regularly, and because we're paying this person regularly, so we will make sure again that has not occurred, because we believe that work is being done. And then if for some reason there's an unusual situation, we have been contacted by the police and we go out there immediately as well. So we will continue to make sure that happens. I will.
Who was it that is the graffiti? Okay, we'll make sure, and I'll make sure my staff is there too, and we'll address that, and we can make sure city services are there. But if you do have that person, let's make sure they're doing their job as well. Okay.
No, absolutely. And the issue of security, all of the buildings have their own respective security plan. At Vendome, we call this Vendome Palms because there's three very beautiful palms in the middle of the courtyard, which we plan to maintain. We are planning to have its own security plan, which includes cameras on the exterior as well as the interior, and we also have appropriate lighting. And security, in terms of security guard, we don't initially offer a security guard, but it is in the budget for about 24 to 36 hours a week. If it's needed, we will utilize that, and if it's needed more, if we need to exceed a budget to make sure that is in place, we will do that. So for the time being, what we are proposing right now is the building itself is pretty much landlocked, so you will see it's right face up to the street, so we'll have cameras, we will have provisions for security guards if necessary, and we will have appropriate lighting, and we've ran through some of the design provisions by the police department, I believe, too.
Since this is, it's by right, but since this is our one moment of leverage and the community's here and we don't want to give that up, can you commit that we will collectively make that decision about the security guard, that won't be taken out of the budget, that with my office and the residents and you, because we don't want to be in the position, this goes through, suddenly everybody overwhelmingly thinks there should be one, and you say, I know it was in the budget, but that got moved away. Can we make that decision together?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Are we ready to open the roll on this item? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President, there are now 12 members. Do you wish to take up the ordinances on items 2 and 3?
Yes, please. And are there any speakers on 2 and 3? If not, please open the roll on those items. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
I believe that takes council now back to public comment.
All right, we'll go through public comment now. Dr. Williams, you are our first speaker, and Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. Is Mr. Sachs still here?
Yep.
Where's Mr. Sachs? Mr. Sachs, you can make your way up here. And Mr. Sachs, following Mr. Sachs will be Walter Bechtel. Is Walter Bechtel still here? Okay, Walter, you can come on up too. And whoever gets up here first can be the next speaker after Dr. Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. The old adage, be careful, you may get what you ask for. So DWP is now doing another strategic plan. Well, I don't know. It's a strategic plan for integrated power renewable plan. However, we had a previous one that was called long-range strategy. And then previous to that was the Huron's strategic plan, which took over 2 years to get a draft done. Well, Huron's going to be coming back to do another strategic plan. I don't know if it's just continuation of the first one or modifications of the IRP as it's called now, or the long-term strategy. Where's it all going? One of the things that it's going to is reliability. What reliability? Most of the facilities are getting old, just like me, and they need repair. They need better maintenance. What do we get? Well, maybe they will maintain them once every 300 years or 290, as one gentleman said. Maybe they'll repair them maybe once every 100 years. What? This is a city of 4 million people, and we still depend upon repair, maintenance approach. Let it break, and then we'll fix it. So, I hope we keep a good review of the IRP, strategic plan, long-term strategy, or whatever DWP wants to call it, and watch out for Huron, because the last time they did anything was for Measure R, and it failed. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Who's closer to the mic? Arnold Sachs or Walter Bechtel? Who's up here? Who's up? Okay, let's get going.
Take a pill. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. This DWP hearing gave plenty of ammunition. The head, Mr. Buettner, said he wants to be fiduciarily responsible for the DWP. It would have been nice if he said he was fiduciarily responsible to the public, because it's a public utility. My concerns, Mr. Garcetti applauded him saving $263 million from this year's budget, for the new budget. But according to what the LA Times said on June 2nd, the DWP is going to be paying $257 million in a transfer to the city. So does that equate to part of the shaving of the budget, which only means $6 million? Or is that in addition to shaving of the budget, which would be like $520 million? That's a very interesting question. Maybe we could get some clarification. I'm certainly glad one of the council members would have brought that up when they had everybody here for the hearings. I'm also glad the council would have brought up the fact that when they voted on the rate increase, it was clarified about whether it was 3 months or was permanent. According to what the newspaper said, the item on the agenda said it was for 3 months. Turns out it was permanent. So how could the agenda be so wrong? And I'm certainly glad that he's found $263 million to shave from the budget, considering that the infrastructure is 1A, considering that the mayor's green plan is top of the line. How do you have $263 million? And considering they needed an ECAF raise of 6%. And Mr. Alarcon, that's the tax, the ECAF. Not
Thank
the
you
transfer.
very much. Walter
the transfer is a
Bechtel.
property tax.
Okay, Walter, you're next. And following Walter Bechtel will be Bobby Cooper. Is Bobby Cooper still here? Okay, Mr. Bechtel and then Bobby Cooper.
Good morning. I think it's still morning, or is it afternoon? I just wanted to say something. I noticed that you gave everybody awards today, or recognition about the Americans with Disabilities Act. Today is the 20th anniversary, and I think maybe you should understand that doesn't exclude people who aren't just in a wheelchair. That includes anybody who's on disability, and it doesn't mean that if somebody, you got to practice what you preach. I've been saying something about problems in the music industry for over 10 years now, and nobody has approached me or tried to make any settlements with me. If you really care about the Americans with Disabilities Act and you want to do something about it, you should, put your cards on the table there. I can't understand what you mean when you put your hands out and you shake these people's hands and you want to give them awards and everything, but then you turn around and you do something like what you did to me. Maybe you should reword things except for Mr. Bechtel or except for somebody that we don't have in mind there, and then you wouldn't look like such hypocrites to the people who know what's going on. I read a bumper sticker on a car the other day. It says, if you think government is dishonest, just ask an American Indian. And I have a lot of American Indian relatives. Maybe that's the reason why you people try to exclude me. I don't know.
Billy Cooper. And by the way, before Mr. Cooper starts, Mr. Clerk, item 6 should be going forthwith, requested by Mr. Garcetti. All right, go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Yes, my name is Bob Cooper. I live at the Clark Residence, 306 Loma Drive, Los Angeles, California. I'm calling for the arrest and conviction of a Miss Celebly. What is that? Celeblis Cazez, and Mr. Harris, security at the Clark Residence there. This lady gave these people, these insurance people, with their green light given by Rampart police officers, to enter my apartment and steal insurance policies. This is her this morning getting in her new car, These insurance people and these lawyers have bought these, I've witnessed about 4 or 5 cars, trucks and stuff for these people to steal these insurance policies. I'm out of, one insurance policy was for $1 million that Riverside County had sent to me to replace all the items stolen from my apartment. I guess your people here should be familiar with that. I've submitted over 150 pieces of material plus DVDs letting you know what's going on with Rampart. Rampart Police Station seems to be another country altogether, another government. They run their own housing program, their own jail, everything. I don't know what you people are doing up here. They don't need the police department down here, downtown. It ain't just the Rampart. Rampart runs its own government. You understand? They threatened me. They cut my phones off. I haven't even been able to use my phones in 6 years. I got 27 cell phones. My wife's threatened, my family's threatened, my business destroyed, my equipment destroyed. The mail, they sequestered my mail. This is checks coming to me from Detroit I can't even get because this is going upstairs in the apartment to 306.
The next speaker will be Denise Cecilia Neal.
Good morning, President Pro Tem Jan Perry and council members, in particular, Weezer and Reyes. I am the new event
Development and Growth Chair for the American Cancer Society Relay for Life. This is our third year in existence, and this is the all-call for all of the City of Los Angeles, our downtown residents, workers, business owners, and any other people that have a stake in Los Angeles to come and take a part in our relay. It is a 24-hour event that will be held at the Miguel Contreras Learning Complex from August 7th, 9 a.m. to August 8th, 9 a.m. We are looking for volunteers, teams, cancer survivors, donors, and we have a specific list of things that we need for the relay. We've had fabulous support and held the relay for 2 years on the South Lawn of City Hall, but we really would like a strong showing at the Miguel Contreras Learning Complex. We welcome you to come camp out, to donate. If you can't be there physically, we do have virtual teams online and a way for people to donate online, and we'd love for you to visit our website. We have a couple of websites. www.cancer.org is the general one. We have our downtown website, and I would like to provide that for you all. And we have an 800 number, 1-800-227-2345, which is also 1-800-ACS-2345. I have direct numbers to the director of the Los Angeles area, Nathan McCusker, if you'd like that number after I finish speaking. And we specifically need some ADA accessible porta potties, maybe 2 on the site. We need backline equipment such as amps for bass, guitar, and some other things. So please speak with me as soon as you're able.
Thank you.
We need your support.
Mr. Walsh. Following Mr. Walsh will be Richard Robinson.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. There's a new post out today. There was one last week. Here's the paper, the best story I've seen in the LA Times about Metrorail in 20 years. As you know, at the opening of Metrorail 20 years ago, I was arrested by the sheriffs, 14 sheriffs. Today, this morning, at the anniversary, 2 sheriffs tried to arrest me. They confiscated my card. They threatened me. They told me to get away without my sign. LaBonge was there. He saw it. And so did Huizar. ¿Quién es más macho? I stood, I was right, and I told them to go to hell, and they left. And that why? Because of the First Amendment. You saw that, Mr. LaBonge. And let's read what it says right here. Overall, the push for rail has forced transit ridership down. Since they built it, per capita, ridership is down 20% bus and rail. That's what's happening. And you can try to arrest me. You can put all the cops you want on me. And incidentally, LaBonge has been calling the Times, attacking this story, attacking the reporter Dan Wyko, and threatening that MTA will cut advertising to the LA Times. And if I'm lying now, you get up and say you're not lying, complaining about the truth in this article. And the mayor of the city, who is high on painkillers, showed up 2.5 hours late at the MTA meeting yesterday, zonked out of his mind, staggered around for 5 minutes, and left and collected his per diem $200. I'm telling you right now that Mayor V, the reason he had that accident had nothing to do with the cab driver. He was speeding and he hit a pothole that you didn't fill. And the rest of it is lies. HollywoodHighlands.org for the truth.
Thank you. Richard Robinson.
Madam Pro Tem, members, Richard Robinson. The price we pay for freedom is eternal vigilance. Vice President Joe Biden has said, we're going to get hit again. We're going to get hit. We're going to get hit because we're a country that allows anyone who wants to come to the United States. Essentially, our borders are unprotected. Set a complaint. We knew something terrible would happen September 11 before it happened September 11, 2001. We're going to get hit. So what am I saying? We need money for police protection. Locally, at the state level, at the federal level. So, as Jerry Brown is elected, and he has the confidence of the President of the United States of America, who will undoubtedly give him about $30 billion to help balance California's budget. People go back to work. Don't forget that the price we pay for a civilized society, the taxes, so get used to what is coming. We're going to have more policemen.
Thank you very much, sir. Michael Hubman, are you here? Michael Hubman, come on up. And then we'll go to the Valley, to Van Nuys.
A civil rights and human rights morning. Good. My name is Michael Hubman. I'm a human rights, homeless rights, and right to share food activist. This evening, it'll be 5,280 missed meals since the shutting down of the Town Avenue Soup Line. I've been talking to the clients, the guests who used to come to the Town Avenue Soup Line, and I asked them, how are you taking it? By and large, the homeless population of Skid Row, Los Angeles are taking it lying down, like in kick 'em while they're down. You see, when they are dealt a dirty trick, like the cutting off of their sustenance, they mostly just take it. They take it like the rest of the humiliation and harassment that comes from living in third world Los Angeles. I got a quote from one man. He would like to tell you, you have enough troubles of your own. Why the hell do you want to take food away from homeless people? Using selective enforcement of the Health and Safety Code to affect social engineering is bad policy. It's not a food safety issue. I liken it to wildlife management. Right to share food issues are not limited to Los Angeles. This struggle is being played out in other cities where municipal wildlife managers are in conflict with humanitarian groups, both secular and religious. I swear to you, these dirty tricks done under the color of authority put those who perpetrate them on the wrong side of this issue. Shame. On a happier note, I would like to encourage you Democrats on the Los Angeles City Council and anyone else to contact their connections in the executive branch and encourage President Obama to nominate Elizabeth Warren to head the new Consumer Protection Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to Van Nuys for Ankur Patel.
Hello. It was a little bit heated about item 6, huh? What are we investing in? Are we investing in our children's futures? Are we investing in the pipelines that provide us water? Or does item 6 show that we're investing in homeless shelters and not creating jobs? Why are we investing in homeless shelters when you could be using that money to invest to create jobs? Right? On Wednesday, the issue of public transportation got some attention because of the second round of Tiger funding. Councilman Parks, you asked if you could find projects in your district. How can we streamline this process? The simple answer is neighborhood councils. They have transportation subcommittees. Most of these neighborhood councils have transportation subcommittees. You're looking for projects to fast forward, Councilman Smith, let's look at the Orange Line extension. Let's make sure that gets done by 2012. And could we get a project done ahead of time? Wouldn't that be a nice thing to have on your resume? Public transportation is a great way to invest in your people, in things that need to happen. And look, the oil spill. We're spilling 200 million gallons of oil have spilled into the Gulf, and we're still the most dependent area of the world on vehicles. We drive everywhere. The oil is gross. We need public transportation. And the Tiger funding is great. The Orange Line is a great extension. Work with your neighborhood councils and the public transportation committees. In the Valley, there are only 3 reasonable quick access like Rapid or Subway. And if you look at China, the fastest subways come every 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The slowest come every 12 minutes. In LA, the Red Line comes every 12 minutes. The ridership is down, but that's because it's just not good enough. The transportation isn't good enough for us to get to where we're going. I come to Van Nuys because I can't get to downtown.
Thank you very much. All right, that marks the end of our public comment, and the next item we will take is item number 16. Mr. Huizar.
Complete public hearing on this item first, please.
Sure, we have a number of cards on this item, and what I will do is I'll call up 5 at a time. Antonio Gonzalez, Angela Zambrano, Arnold Sachs, Delmi Ruiz, and Miriam Solorzano. Is Arnold Sachs still here? Arnold Sachs is still here? Okay, you might as well come up now because you're in here. Otherwise, I'll go to the next person. Okay, Antonio Gonzalez.
Good morning, members, Council President. I'm here in support of the resolution to declare August Immigrant Pride Month. I salute your efforts. I think this comes at a very important time. This resolution was inspired by your bold measure to initiate a boycott of Arizona in May, and we think it couldn't be more timely. The context is that in less than a week, the anti-immigrant measure in Arizona will be implemented unless stayed by the courts. I draw to your attention that this measure in Arizona is one of more than 1,000 anti-immigrant measures in states and local governments across the country that have either been proposed or enacted. And I would argue that this resolution declaring August Immigrant Pride Month in Los Angeles is a ray of hope and the beginning of a counter-narrative in the United States in which, instead of blaming immigrants for all of our problems, we celebrate the contributions of immigrants to our society, culture, city, communities, and states. I support this resolution. I urge your enactment of it. It has no cost to the city of Los Angeles, but stands as a stellar, symbolic counter-narrative to the unfortunate anti-immigrant wave sweeping our country. Hopefully, this resolution will start a movement in other cities and localities in favor of respecting and celebrating the wonderful and valuable contributions that immigrants give to America today and historically. Thank you.
Angela Zambrano.
Yes. Good morning. Buenos días, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Central American Resource Center, Carecen. I'm a member of its board. And I'm here to support resolution number 56, declaring the month of August Immigrant Pride Month. If there's ever a time that the immigrant community needed support from their elected officials, that time is now. The Arizona law, SB 1070, has spread terror and fear among the immigrant communities, not only in Arizona, but it's spread out throughout the country. This fear is felt here in Los Angeles as well. Resolution 56 will send a message to the immigrant community, to the city of Los Angeles, and cities throughout the country that the city of Los Angeles recognizes the contributions that immigrants make to the city. But most importantly, that the city of Los Angeles supports the efforts of the immigrant community to uphold our dignity and humanity. Please support, I urge you to support Resolution 56. Thank you.
Arnold Sachs.
Here, man.
Arnold Sachs.
And thank you for starting the time. You are honest, Jan Perry. I, too, support the Immigration Act's, the declaration, because I think the concept of blaming immigration without looking at the total picture of losing jobs, being outsourced, and corporations moving their facilities overseas is short-sighted to blame it on immigration. But since the gentleman brought up the fact of your boycotting and the fact that one item appeared in a committee yesterday and boycott was considered, but it was overturned, and the what was the item that appeared here? Oh, the red light camera that was considered for a boycott, but that was overturned. So 3 shouts for the council's continued support for boycotting, because 2 items have appeared and they've both been overturned. Thank you.
Delmi Ruiz.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the SALAS, the Salvadorian American Leadership and Educational Fund, I came in the 80s as a refugee, as many people came to this country looking for freedom, justice, or economic reasons. I know that many people who are here, living right now here in Los Angeles and also in the United States, also are immigrants. Or maybe you have ancestors who were immigrants to this country. And I would like to ask you to recognize the Immigrants' Pride Month and honor all the ancestors, all the immigrants who have a lot of talents and brought to this country and made this nation the great nation that it is right now. So I would like to thank you, Council Member Wizard, Ed Reyes, and Alarcon for this effort. Thank you.
Miriam Solorzano.
My name is Myrna Solorzano, and I'm grateful to be here and to, first of all, thank you for the declaration of the Immigrant Pride Month. I'm happy to say that I'm Salvadorian and very proud of being Salvadorian, and thanking my parents for bringing me to the United States back in the 80s. I have 4 adorable kids that I still give back to my culture. I still educate and teach them about our culture, and this is one thing that I will definitely educate them about. Thank you again, Councilman Alarcon, Wizard, and Ed Reyes for bringing this into play. Thanks.
Arthur Chavez, Selena Benitez, Omar Corletto. Is Arthur Chavez still here? Arthur Chavez, come on up, Arthur Chavez. Okay, Arthur Chavez is not here. Selena Benitez, are you here? Selena, and then Omar Corletto. Omar, are you still here? Okay, great.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here. I'm here in support of the Immigration Pride Month resolution. The organization I represent is the Southern California Immigration Coalition, which is one of the largest in Southern California regarding immigration issues, with over 70 organizations that are grassroots. The reason why we're here is because all of our organizations strongly believe that with all the attacks on the immigration community, we as Angelinos are represented by our culture and our ethics and our multiple language. Even within our chambers, we see that we have various backgrounds. And that's the reason why our coalition is so widely represented between Caucasians, African Americans, Asians, and Latinos. And we need to stand together now in solidarity to continue moving along with solutions like this that continue putting in front of the hard work that immigrants have done since the beginning. And I think this is a good way to show the nation that Angelinos here are very proud of their heritage, their language, and their beliefs. But we also come in different shapes, sizes, and colors. So it's definitely for that reason that the Southern California Immigration Coalition widely supports the Immigrant Pride Month. So thank you.
Omar Corletto. Following Mr. Corletto will be Raul Macias.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Corletto, and I'm the president of the Central American Confederation that does the Central American Parade in the Pico Union area, where some of you come and participate. Sports, thank you. Hope you can join us again, and all of you are invited. I'm here in support of the declaring the month of August the Immigrant Pride Month. In the past, this City Council has passed similar declarations in support and in solidarity with the people of El Salvador, and that was for a human rights reason. You stood up for human rights in our countries. Now it's upon you to stand up again for human rights as well in our backyard. And join the people of South Africa and Nelson Mandela, who this past World Cup sent a message to the world that discrimination is grown and it attempts the basic fundamental rights of human beings. So discrimination is absolutely not acceptable nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul Macias. Following Mr. Macias will be John Walsh. Is John Walsh still here? John Walsh? Okay, John Walsh, you can come on up.
Council members, thank you. In these times, in these really hard times, when everybody blame the problems in the new immigrants, it's really necessary to restore the pride of the immigrants. I hear many histories in our community how we feel when somebody point our fingers because the economics problem, the crisis, and the no wars, no jobs, everything. What happened with the kids? What happened with the families? We are losing our dignity, and everybody, including me, at some point we feel guilty for something, I don't know why. Well, this is a good resolution to start working to restore our proud to be in this great country, the new immigrants, to restore a new history for us. Please help us the way you can, and we work together for the future of the beginning new citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. John Walsh. Following John Walsh will be Roberto Bran.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or email us at HollywoodDemsDems@gmail.com. I am an immigrant of an immigrant. The countries that my immigrant predecessors came from are Ireland, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, France, and Turkey. And let me tell you about what used to happen in New York City 100 years ago. It was run by a group called the Anglo-Saxon Protestants. See the movie Gangs of New York. And when the Irish came in there, they spread the same lies that they are spreading about Hispanics now. Irish are criminals. Don't hire them. They form gangs. Watch the movie. See the big Protestant gangs trying to kill the Irish gangs in the 19th century. And let's take a look at who the Tea Party and who these people who are patrolling the borders are. Are they Italian? Are they German? Are they predominantly Swiss? Are they predominantly Irish? No. You know what these people are. The same people that spread racism in this country and attack people like Mr. Parks' people and your people. Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Not all of them. No, a small group, a vicious hate group of Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And they try to pretend that no. We're the real Americans. Because they're afraid, the Anglo-Saxon Protestants, because their birth rate is so low, they must not be interested in having sex, that they're no longer in the majority Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And they're going crazy. Let's all get together.
Thank you. Roberto Bran or Bran? ¿O Brano?
Roberto Bravo, y voy a hablar en español. Roberto Bravo, and I am going to speak in Spanish.
Soy presidente de CBO,
I am the president of CBO.
Binacional de Organizaciones Comunitarias Mexicanas.
It's a council of Mexican organizations.
Y estamos aquí para apoyar esta resolución y sabemos del gran trabajo que están haciendo ustedes como Consejo de
We are
Ciudad.
here to support this resolution, and we know the great work that the council is doing for this city.
Seguimos de cerca a cada uno de ustedes porque tenemos miembros en los diferentes distritos que ustedes representan.
We watch all of you closely because we have members in the different districts that you represent.
Y estamos orgullosos de que Los Ángeles sea una ciudad que está apoyando a nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
We feel very proud that Los Angeles supports our immigrant community.
Por lo tanto, queremos que quede asentado que en esta ciudad, el mes de agosto será nombrado el mes de los inmigrantes.
Therefore, we want this to be on record that the month of August is going to be the Immigrant Pride Month.
Nosotros, los mexicanos, vamos a celebrar el bicentenario en este año. Y nos
We, the
gustaría
Mexicans, are going to celebrate the bicentennial this month, and we would like
que este año también quedara sentado que agosto es el mes de los inmigrantes.
that
Gracias.
this year we keep in record that month is going to also be the Immigrant Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker today is Juan Avalos on behalf of Anahuac Soccer League.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Juan Avalos. I'm currently attending Cal Estrella. Well, both of my parents are immigrants, and I've never been ashamed of that. I just believe that everybody should be treated equal, since, you shouldn't judge somebody just by where they're born, because no one chooses whether, whose mother to be or whose father. And, well, I support this proposal because one should be judged by the actions they take rather by the quality of papers they have, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huizar.
Last speaker said it very, very well. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to other speakers who came out today. Thank you to Antonio Gonzalez from the Southwest Florida Region and all the organizations who brought this to our attention. I want to thank as well Councilmember Reyes, who is constantly and always bringing to our attention the importance of celebrating the contributions that immigrants have made not only to the city but to this great country we live in. I am a proud American, but I'm also a proud immigrant. I'm very happy that I live in a country where I could celebrate my culture. I could enjoy celebrating with my young girls the earrings that are so unique to the central part of Mexico that I come from. I'm proud to dress them up in their folklorical outfits as we go out and do different things with our families, and that we express ourselves for who we are and what we bring to this country. But we also celebrate 4th of July with vigor. We celebrate the independence of this country and the ability to have the freedoms that we enjoy. But we also know that when we celebrate where we come from and when we celebrate this country, no one we expect to be treated differently simply because we look differently, we have different characteristics, or we may somehow indicate to a police officer that we come from another country. That is not American, and that's why when we say we're going to boycott Arizona's discriminatory laws, when we tell the rest of the country that the City of Los Angeles is going to stand up for immigrants, we thought it was also appropriate for today to say that we're going to celebrate August as Immigrant Month in the City of Los Angeles. Because if there is a city in this country that stands for diversity, that stands for immigrants, it is the City of Los Angeles. We have a large immigrant population, and we have continuously been on the record supporting immigrants, saying this is a city that celebrates all peoples from wherever they come from. So thank you very much for everyone who brought this to our attention. We look forward to hopefully the courts striking down what is a discriminatory law. No one should be held to a higher standard simply because of characteristics someone may think they have that is different from the norm, whatever that norm may be. The norm is very diverse. It comes in different colors, different flavors, and so we hope this law is struck down. We in the City of Los Angeles are putting our face forward, saying we're celebrating immigrants, not discriminating against them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Madam President, and first of all, thank you to everybody for your patience this long meeting and for sticking it out, and thank you to Angela and Antonio and everybody who's been a part of this coalition to make sure, and we've done this many years, but no year has it felt as important as this one. Whether it's the Miwan resolution that we brought here, it was, I think, one of the first times we declared principles around immigration. And people kind of say, why do we keep talking about this? Why are you spending time on this when you have so many other issues to deal with in the city? And this is a very small percentage of time we spend actually talking about it here. A lot of people, other people then spend hours upon hours upon hours upon hours on the radio talking about, why this is wrong what we're doing. But we spend a relatively short amount of time to stand up for principles that we hold very near and dear to us. And the reason why is to be proud of immigrants and immigration is to be proud of Los Angeles. To stand up for immigrants is to stand up for Los Angeles, a city in which immigrants or children of immigrants represent more than 60% of our population. A city that very proudly said we will embrace things like matriculas consulares, matricula cards, to give people some dignity and identity. A council and a city that has stood up for figuring out how we integrate people into society and into paying taxes and into being a part of what we have here instead of kicking them to the fringes where everybody suffers, no matter who you are. And the reason why it's so urgent this year is we've never seen the level of rhetoric, at least in my lifetime, elevated since Prop 187 up to the level that it is right now. And it is a clumsy and unnuanced discussion a lot of the time that doesn't realize the diversity of Latinos, of Asian Pacific Islander immigrants, and immigrants from around the world. I was at UCLA yesterday speaking with a group of young people that the Magic Johnson Foundation brings together, kids who have scholarships to go to some of the finest schools around the country. And it's probably 95% African American. And of that group of folks who of African descent, there were 2 from Ghana and another one that was from Nigeria. And the folks that live in this city who can trace their ancestry back to every corner of the earth, that's what Los Angeles was founded on. That's what Los Angeles' present is. It's what our future will be as well. And we will stand proud and strong and declare it again and again and again until we have a federal government that acts, and all parties must come together to act so that they can take the responsibility to give people a pathway towards legal citizenship and to make sure that we have the America we were all promised. Thank you, and here's to Immigrant Month.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank you for coming. My parents were immigrants. My father was a janitor, and my mother was a maid. And they met each other in New York on 86th Street in the Catholic Church. They sprechen Sie Deutsch. Nicht sprechen Sie English, my parents. I'm one of 8 kids. And we grew up in New Jersey. What made this country great and what continues to make it great, it is the only place on the planet that people can come from everywhere with a sense of hope, with a sense of making a better life for themselves. I'm offended when people are different colors and they're treated differently than me, because I'm an immigrant son. I mean, my parents came here. And so we're all connected. And frankly, the only reason America is the most powerful nation on the earth is because everybody from every part of the earth has come here. And collectively, that energy is what has created jobs, created opportunities, and has made this the place that it is. And if we're going to start separating ourselves out and playing games with ourselves, then let's give it all back to the Indian, because other than the American Indian, everybody else is a foreigner, okay? And people should get to that point where the indigenous people of every part of the earth have always been stepped on by whoever's got the might and the power and all of that. But when we really take a deep breath and look at it, we realize we're one world, we're one people, and we're all connected. And we need to reach the point of maturity where we stop fighting among ourselves. What we should be fighting with is really the injustice of the super rich getting everything and everybody else fighting among themselves for the crumbs. I mean, these are some of the real big issues. You know, this tax cut that the super rich get is $1 trillion that should be used for education and health care and infrastructure. You see, and that's the future. And so everybody should stand up strong and say, America is the place for freedom. America is the place where we're all brothers and sisters with each other. And none of these gamesmanship, because this gamesmanship, if we play this out, our country will fall apart. And the strength of it is the diversity of it. And together, we are the greatest nation on the earth. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
I'm sorry. Well, Bill took all the passion out of my speech, but let me just say that immigrant pride has a special significance. It's one thing to move to another country, establish your residence, and exist. It's quite another thing to have pride, because of the pressures that come from the local community that you're coming into in terms of feeling something different than the people who've been here for longer periods of time. And even in Los Angeles, where the immigrant population is pretty close to being a majority, those pressures come to bear. And so to build pride in where you come from, to give to the next generation so that they can stand up and accomplish great things is a difficult thing. And even though I'm not an immigrant, I related to that as a Mexican American with the stories of my parents and the humilities that they taught us about who we were, where we belonged, what we could do and what we couldn't do. And so I can relate very strongly to the experiences of immigrants. Many of my family members are immigrants, of course, and Mr. Huizar is our immigrant on the city council, and certainly knows what I'm talking about. But I remember not feeling whole growing up, even in high school, and it wasn't until I went to college and finally felt that I could compete on an equal plane. And so to have pride in where you come from is, I think, critical to the development of our community. Given the fact that we have such a high concentration of immigrants, if we do not teach people to have pride, then who will become the next generation of voters, and what will they vote for, or if they will participate in the vote? If we don't have people who have pride, will they aspire to do better things, or will they humble themselves to the least of their abilities? I believe that the pride will create great returns for our society, and that's why I joined with Mr. Huizar and Mr. Reyes to make it stand out in Los Angeles. Immigrants should be proud, and more importantly, I believe they've made a greater investment into America than others. They chose to come here. They chose to live here. They chose to put their family here. They chose to raise their kids here. They chose to be a member of this society. And so they have a great investment, and it was based on a decision that they made. And so the rest of the community, those non-immigrants, should also have pride in our immigrants. We should be proud of their accomplishments. We should be proud to have received them. We should be proud to give them an opportunity so that our futures will all be bright. And so with that, again, I say thank you to Mr. Huizar for creating this opportunity, and I hope that all immigrants are very, very proud today and each and every day they are here.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Labange.
Members, I'd like to ask that we have a friendly amendment, that we add 4 days to this, to September 4th. September 4, 1781 is when 44 people walked 9 miles from the Mission San Gabriel to the banks of the Los Angeles River to form the Pueblo Los Angeles. And we add those 4 days to this action of this month of August would be significant because Los Angeles was founded on diversity. And Mr. Garcetti could quote exactly all 44, their heritage from where they came from the world, which is so important. So I'd just like to ask that we add that. Mr. Clerk, could you add that this month?
We have a second from Mr. Rosendahl.
To culminate on the 4th of September, the city's birthday, to represent the great diversity of Los
Thank you, Mr.
Angeles.
Rosendahl. All right, that'll be without objection as amended. No further speakers on the queue. Mr. Clerk, would you open the roll on this item as amended? Please close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 1 was called special for cards.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Item 1 called
Okay.
special for cards.
All right, item number 1, we have 2 speakers. While Mr. Sachs is walking to the mic, let's go to Van Nuys for Ankar Patel.
Hello. Again, this is the street lighting, right? You got item 1, 2, 3, 4 talk about different street lighting. There's a lot of money in this. These companies that are going to be signing these contracts to replace huge swaths of lights in suburbia, in parks, wherever they may be. These contracts are going to be huge, and the open bid process is, just like the rest of the city, very hard to follow. So in future projects, let's continue to make sure that a lot of different companies have open bids on these types of things. That's all.
Mr. Arnold Sachs. There's some room for you to get through, Mr. Sachs. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, thank you. Again, Arnold Sachs. I think that before you do anything with this assessment for the street lighting districts, I think you ought to explore Mr. Buettner's remarks regarding an over $250 million excess that he can cut from the budget from the DWP. I think you also ought to look into the $20 million that Mr. Freeman said that the city would get when they got the ECAP. Where's the money? Show us the money to the city. The libraries are closing. Parks and Recs is closing down child services. Couldn't $20 million help out there? Before you do any kind of reassessment, you need to answer those questions. You're cheating the public. What you do perfectly. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Labange.
City Attorney explained that this is an assessment of a lighting district separate from the Department of Water and Power, because what the speaker just said, we're not cheating the public. Could you explain that? Attorney.
The city is not cheating the public.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Labange. No further speakers on the queue. Please open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
And the ordinance now does go over for 1 week.
Great.
The next item called special was item 4, and that was called special for cards.
Mr. Walsh.
I don't want to waste a second of your time. John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. 500,000 visitors in the past 6 months. If you don't believe me, I showed my analytics to Mr. Garcetti. This is another liquor license. You know, this is for necessity and convenience. Because in Hollywood, and this is the address here is 6801, in Hollywood, sometimes you have to walk 50, 60, as much as 100 feet to buy alcohol. It's Hollywood. But don't worry. First we cover it with alcohol, and then with Mr. Rosendahl, Prop 19, we're going to cover it with pot. But first we have alcohol. You never turn these places down. And I have to deal in a Hollywood with these people vomiting in our streets. Not in your neighborhood, Mr. Rosendahl, but in Hollywood, it is out of control. The junkies, the potheads, the alcohol, and you know what? I'm really now, it'll only be 50 or 60 feet on Melrose Avenue. I don't know where all those And this is a white neighborhood, incidentally. Remember, they stock up in these white middle-class neighborhoods, and then they come to Hollywood because of LaBonge and Garcetti at 2 and 3 in the morning. As we know, we have a lot of gay bashing. They come here, they beat the hell out of gay people in my neighborhood right under my window, but I don't think Mr. Rosendahl cares because he's going to vote for more alcohol. And remember, alcohol is a drug. Alcohol is dope. I have an organization called PAP, Progressives Against Pot. No on 19. You know, not every hippie is a drug head. And if you went to all of our huge peace rallies, there wasn't one dope banner. Not one dope banner at a peace rally, because they're home getting hard.
Thank you very much. All right, there's no speakers in the queue. Please open the roll on this item.
Madam President, the recommendation is to grant the application.
All right, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Item 5 was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks. And there is one card on this item.
We can have the public comment first.
Mr. Sachs, you should come up.
How reassuring that was to hear the city attorney that the city is not cheating the public. The bonds, the issuing for the bond, because again, that also has come up with the DWP. Maybe I'm wrong, about how they're not getting the rate increase would affect their bond sales. So I started thinking, well, LAWA issues bonds. Are their bonds, the sale of the bonds at LAWA affected by the downgrading of the city's bond rating? And what about the harbor? The harbor, those 3 proprietary departments, the harbor issues bonds. Was their bond rating downgraded by the city's financial problems? Only DWP affected the city's bond rating. Yet they claim it did. But the newspapers claim that the city's bond rating was lowered, then it was raised, then it was lowered. So what's the story? Why is DWP the only department that affects the city's bond rating? Well, I might as well continue, because I guess you can answer that, Councilman Parks, please, because we know the city's not cheating the public. We heard that from the city attorney. And you have to trust the city attorney.
Mr. Parks.
Oh, come up, please. And for the public, the reason that it was different with DWP is that it was a transfer of money to the city's budget, where you do not have the same situation with the other proprietary departments. But I just wanted to pass that little tidbit along. Ray, why don't you give us a little overview of the trends and the sale? And I think when we had this before, the discussion turned to when we might get that firm from San Francisco to come give us a briefing on the case about the large banks, so that we can then proceed as to how we're going to address large banks in the future.
Sure. I'm actually going to let allow her to give the presentation today.
Good afternoon. Ha Cho from the CEO office. The 2 memo relates to the city's 2010 trend. The adopted budget includes a sale of up to $1.2 billion in trend. These notes are borrowed and repaid within the fiscal year. The proceeds from the trend will be used to prepay the city's retirement and pension system. It is approximately $726 million. And also to provide $450 million in short-term cash flow needs for the city during the first half of the fiscal year. In the memo dated June 24th, it talks about the city's highest short-term ratings. On the week of June 21st, the city received the highest short-term ratings from all 3 rating agencies, that's S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. On the memo dated July 2nd, it discusses the results from the trend sale and the investor feedback. On June 30th, the city sold approximately $1.164 billion in notes on a negotiated basis with 4 repayment dates, also known as maturities. The market was very receptive to the first 2 maturities, which was in March and April, which gave us a yield about 0.55% and 0.60%. Unfortunately, the market wasn't receptive to the May and June maturities. We heard from investors
that two main issues that came up was about headline risk, about the recent articles that was published. Also, they were concerned about the city charter rule regarding controllers' ability to borrow from special funds up to the last Monday of April. Investors believe that the last two maturities were a higher risk because of this charter rule.
Okay. The fact that the banks, or a bank purchased the last $200 million, did that impact at all the city's ability to get the entire amount of trans?
JP Morgan purchased 20% of the notes, which approximately is $252 million, and they supported the deal, so that got the deal completed.
Okay, so but the city received this entire trans?
Yes, the city received the
And I think that point that was made by the CAO's office a while back was the reason for large banks is for capacity.
Yes, that was part of the reason.
Why don't you explain what that means, because it's going back as to why the issue was ensuring that we had a large bank involved, even though we're concerned about our prior dealings with them.
On a deal like this that is $1 billion, it's good to have what we say a large bank, because they have the underwriting capacity to support the deal if at the end of the day we aren't able to sell a portion of the notes. And in this case, JP Morgan had the underwriting capacity.
Okay, what was the, compared to last year's trend, what was the interest on this trend?
This year's trend, the true interest cost is 0.79%. Last year's trend was around 0.48%.
And in dollars, what would that? What's the difference in that interest? Is that?
I don't have that right in front of me, but I could get back to you on that.
Okay. I mean, but it's approximately, it's close to double.
I think it might be around $500,000.
$500,000. I mean, but the issue went from 0.48 to 0.79. Okay. So it's maybe about $500,000. So that was more costly to the city.
Yes.
Okay. The other issue, I think the only point is dealing with the bank meeting, or not the bank, the lawyers meeting with the city. Do we have a date on that?
What we will do, we will work with the city attorney as far as bringing that discussion forward in a closed session in the near future. I know we had a meeting with them not too long ago, provided just sort of a brief update, but we will work with the city attorney next and bring that issue back.
Because I think at that meeting, and I don't know whether this person could be in closed session, I think at that time we also need to have a discussion as how we're going to deal with big banks in the future, and what big banks are in like situations as to the lawsuit, and if they're big banks that are not in lawsuits. Because if I understand the process, the two times that one time that we need big banks is for the potential if they have to buy, their capacity to buy, and then also the retail part of it. So those are two elements that I've been advised that you do need to make sure that the people that are underwriting have those two capacities if you're dealing with very large sums of money.
Yeah, that is true. You basically, the larger banks, the larger establishments usually have a retail desk to provide that service, and then also the underwriting capacity. And certainly it was evident with this trans, having a large bank to dip into their capital upwards of $250 million really helped close the deal for us, and it was very important for us to get that cash this year.
And you also make sure that council and the public's aware this is a short-term loan, has to be paid during this fiscal year.
That is correct. This is basically a one-year deal. It's for cash flow purposes, as Hall laid out. And basically, it's for the pension payment, the Lacers retirement payment, and also for our cash flow until we receive the large property tax payment in December.
Okay. And then how many payments are we making?
Go ahead.
There's 4 payments. It is in March, April, May, and June.
Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I ask that we approve this and ask the CAO to come back as quickly as possible on the date for the attorneys to come back and explain to us about that lawsuit. We will.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. There's no further speakers in the queue. Please open the roll on this item.
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote. 10 ayes. Next item.
Item 9, called special by Councilmember Hahn, and there are cards on that.
All right, Ms. Hahn, would you like the speakers to go first?
Sure.
Dr. Williams, Arnold Sachs, and John Walsh. Is John Walsh still here? Mr. Walsh, you can either come, whoever gets up to the mic first, you or Arnold Sachs can be the next speaker.
Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Bear Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Protector of the ficus. It should be our city tree. The poor ficus. Everybody dumps on it. It grows to the size of pillars like these here in this hall. It's been around for a long time. It grows well in almost any soil. It survives in every council district. It has a bad rap because it grows well. It's very forgiving of all the abuse that city services give it, that the tree trimmers give it, that we individually give it. It's disease resistant. It shelters many birds, bird nests, and gives us a lot of shade during the summer. Just go over to the county courthouse. That one block is all ficus. And only one piece of concrete sidewalk has been moved. So what happens? Because of the city's own bad installing practices, the tree wells are too small. They're not given enough room to grow. They do grow, and they grow well. Urban forestry now doesn't have many people to do anything. So what is going to happen if you change the ficus? Well, you may be able to put it onto the homeowners, but taking down a ficus of the size of one of these columns will be very expensive for them. So they may push back on occasion. But give the ficus another few years. They need it. They've been giving us a lot of help for a long time. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sachs has 1 minute left for today. All right. Mr. Walsh. Mr. Walsh passes, Mr. Sachs passes. Ms. Hahn, you're our next speaker.
Madam President, George Gonzalez, I know you're here to help speak on this item. Colleagues, I'm bringing forth this item to see if this might be the right time in our city to be a little more flexible with our, what I think is a very rigid policy on whether or not homeowners can remove trees that have uprooted their sidewalks. Sometimes they've gotten, the roots have gotten into sewer lines, caused enormous problems. We have an ordinance right now, colleagues, where it's pending that we are now going to transfer the responsibility of fixing sidewalks to the homeowners. But as we do that, I believe we're still will not let them remove a healthy ficus tree, even though it's damaged the sidewalk. So and maybe you can explain that better. I'm worried about a scenario where we're making them fix their own sidewalks. They've been denied the right to remove the tree that we all know has, I put some pictures up here, you can see, has broken the sidewalk. A year later, that sidewalk will break again, and then they're still responsible for fixing the sidewalk. I just feel like this is the time that maybe we could look at this policy, maybe help us understand a little better. Ficus trees clearly are, as you said, they grow in any environment. They're disease resistant, but their roots spread outwards as opposed to going straight down. And I think when the city fathers planted these trees over 50 years ago, they probably were the wrong kind of tree to plant as it comes in contact to a sidewalk. And I know I've asked back for a report from the city attorney's office to find out, again, how much money we're spending on trip and falls that are directly related to broken sidewalks. And I will tell you, this morning, as we celebrated the anniversary, the 20th anniversary of American with Disabilities Act, there are sidewalks, colleagues, where if you were in a wheelchair, you absolutely cannot traverse that piece of sidewalk. You will have to go out into the street. I've seen mothers with pushing babies in strollers that have to go out into a busy street because they cannot pass through on our sidewalks. And yet, what I've heard from constituents is that they have asked to remove a tree, and that request has been denied because it's a healthy tree, and under our policy of urban forestry, we want to keep our trees. However, I do know that when we do allow someone to remove a tree, we request them to plant 4 more in its place. So, again, I think this is a good opportunity to look at this. Let's be a little more flexible. And when the tree is removed, at their expense, by the way, it's not at our expense, even if we allow them to remove it, they have to pay for it. They have to pay for the permit and pay for the tree removal. And then you get 4 more trees anyway. So I just think in these tough times, it's a policy that needs to be relooked at. And maybe, George, you can just explain, first of all, what is the policy for tree removals? How does it work? And in your opinion, how many of these requests are denied because it's a healthy tree and you don't want to lose our urban forestry?
Thank you. George Gonzalez, Chief Forester, Bureau of Street Services. Actually, the policy is the Board of Public Works right now, by city ordinance, is the only agency that can approve tree removals. I can't approve tree removals. Only the Board of Public Works can. There is a process that when there is enough structural damage, and all these photographs that you show here are locations that have enough structural damage. If it has enough structural damage and they are willing to pay for the removal and the replacement, by the way, the replacement is 2 to 1.
Oh, 2.
2 to 1.
Okay.
Then it goes in front of the Board of Public Works. About 95% of the time, the Board of Public Works does approve the tree removals. I think where property owners are denied the request to remove the trees is when they're requesting tree removal because they think it's going to do damage in the future, or for various other reasons they don't like the tree. And certainly when the city had the sidewalk repair program, one of the mandates that we had in urban forestry was try to preserve mature trees whenever possible, and that was because of the environmental services that the trees provide. So when we had the sidewalk program and the city was doing the work for the sidewalk work, we were trying to preserve trees as much as we could.
Right.
However, when property owners request a removal permit, it's a little bit different process, and I'd say the majority of them are approved.
So what is the process?
The process is we typically get a call from a constituent, want to remove a tree. We go out and inspect the site. If the site is similar to one of the ones that you showed on your photographs here, then we would write a report, submit the board report to the Board of Public Works, and then they would review our recommendation. And typically, if it's that bad, we would recommend that they approve the removal. And in most cases, they approve the removal, they get the permit. There are instances where a constituent will come in because it's a public hearing at the Board of Public Works, and you can oppose a tree removal. So constituents will come in and oppose tree removals, and sometimes the board has felt that the public need outweighed the removal request. But that happens. That doesn't happen as often as the tree removals are granted.
Do we have any funds available to help constituents out if, in fact, it's one of these situations where this tree, which they didn't plant, has broken up their sidewalk? Now we're making them fix their sidewalk and remove the tree. Do we have a funding mechanism that could help any of these constituents out?
No, the short answer is no, we don't. And even before we were in the financial situation we're in, we never had the authority to remove a live green tree. The only authority that we have for removing trees, we being Urban Forestry Division, is if the tree is dead or if the tree is structurally unsound to the point where it's public safety. So only in those two cases can I send a crew out to remove a tree.
Not structural damage,
Not structural damage.
but a homeowner can remove it if there's structural damage.
And they go through the process and get the permit. By the way, in 99% of the cases, it's a no-fee permit.
Okay.
But there's obviously a cost to removing the tree, and as Dr. Williams indicated, removing some of these large trees can be pretty expensive.
What's the process for replanting the 2 trees?
Again, the board policy is for every tree removed, you replace 2, at minimum replacing 2. So we try to get the trees replaced back at the site where the trees were removed. If that can't be done, then we try to replace it on the block, in the neighborhood, in the community, in the council district, and then we just keep going out from there.
And is the homeowner responsible for, how does that work? Do you choose the trees?
We choose the tree species. We do work with the...
And they pay for it? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. And we do work with the constituent. We do work with the council offices. If there's a lot of tree planting where it's going to impact a major street, we will work...
How much do we charge the homeowners to replace the trees?
It would depend on the size of the tree. That would be a cost that they would have to negotiate with a tree care company to remove the tree. A typical tree replacement, we require either 15-gallon or 24-inch box tree. A 15-gallon tree will go under $100. A 24-inch box tree, probably $120 or so.
That probably rubs them the wrong way, too. We're making them fix their sidewalks, we're making them pay to remove the tree, and then we're charging them to replace it. How's that million tree giveaway program going? How's that Hope Change thing going for you?
That's a different issue because the million tree program doesn't rely on any city funds. It's all donations.
Seems to me we might can merge these 2 programs, requiring the homeowner to replace the trees with, I'm sure we haven't made it to our million tree yet.
No.
So maybe we could merge that and allow the homeowner to sort of get credit for the million tree giveaway that's happened. I know the Port of Los Angeles has given away lots of trees, probably in, my council district. So in fact, I have 2 in my backyard. Can I give credit maybe to a homeowner who is removing a tree? Can we do something like that?
That would require a change of the city ordinance, because the way the city ordinance is now written, it would be a gift to public funds.
Sort of like environmental credits. I think that, again, if I was a homeowner right now, this is just an added burden. We're now making them fix their sidewalks. If we let them, we're making them pay for the removal of the tree. And then, on top of that, we're charging them to plant 2 more trees, when we do have a program where we're giving trees away for free. It seems to me we could make a change. Maybe I'd like a report back on how we possibly can change our ordinance to allow for, particularly in a council district, to allow for tree credits so that we don't put an extra burden on the homeowner.
Ms. Hahn, would you like the CLA to do that for you?
I would, thank you very much.
When would you like that?
I think, as soon as possible.
All right. Okay, great. And we'll run it through committee.
Okay, well, I appreciate, George. It sounds like, from listening to you, that if a homeowner can prove that the tree has damaged their sidewalk, that will be approved. Is this a long process when they make that application?
It was taking us, depending on if it was 1 or 2 trees, the process was a little bit faster. It would take a few weeks. If it's 3 or more trees, it has to be posted for a minimum of 30 days. So the process could take a minimum 30 days, and depending on how complex the project was, it could take several months. Now with our reduced staff, it's probably going to increase that time period.
Is there a way we could streamline this process?
Again, for less than 3 trees, we have streamlined it as much as we could. Like I said, it usually would take no more than a couple of weeks. With 3 trees or more, because of the posting, the 30-day posting, that kind of puts us. That's going to extend the process.
Are the majority of requests for 1 tree?
The majority of requests are for less than 3 trees. Yes.
Okay. Well, I would appreciate, I just think we need to help our homeowners out on this and the best we can, and I would like to see if we can give a change in our ordinance for the idea of replacing the trees. Okay, thank you, George.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Labange?
Ooh, 9 minutes, thank you.
Ms. Hahn, this is a very important thing, because I'll never forget the picture you showed me of the woman coming from the beauty shop, and she hit a bad sidewalk, and there's nothing worse than falling. George, I love trees, but I also know the ficus tree is a very powerful uprooting tree, and I think it should be looked at because there's nothing worse than falling. So we're going to, will we continue in this manner? What are we doing on this, Avak? So what are we doing on this?
This is a note and file item, but
Ms. Hahn?
Ms. Hahn is now
This is a note and file item. I don't want to note and file it. I'd like to continue a discussion in the sense, like in 60 days. I would absolutely think we should also consult with the neighborhood councils on how they feel about this, because it's very impactful. And also should be aware of George's team that has been reduced greatly by big numbers that they can't do this. And ultimately, I think what would happen, Ms. Hahn, if we were going to be successful on this, is we work with Public Works to develop authorized tree removal or tree maintenance teams of people who are qualified, and then if someone does come for a permit in the city and is inspected by a city inspector, they'd be given that list so they could choose somebody to do their work for them, because we will not be able to do it, unfortunately. Is that right, George?
That's correct.
Do you have a list now of authorized tree trimmers in the city who are bonded and able to do that?
We do have a list of contractors that we use. We typically don't publish that, because as soon as you start publishing and you leave somebody off, then...
Well, there's a way. The planning department does that on authorized people who do mapping, etc. So, Ms. Hahn, let's ask for, because I think we should consult, and it's going to take more than 60 days, but their neighborhood councils, and also, if we do anything, I think we should start regionally. We should force all of us to say what part of the city needs it. Check with the Department of Disability, as you quote it. What is the highest density of people who have challenges that need this done? I'd like to, continue the discussion or develop a new motion. What do you think?
Before recess, or no? Maybe, I would think we need a report back, what, are you saying, 60 days?
60 days, George. But I think, let's say 90 days, because I think I want to send part of this to the neighborhood council with a directive asking for input on neighborhood councils on this. Okay?
Great. Is that what you? Is that fine, Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, that's fine. Am I the next on cue, or does somebody else have?
Mr. Parks is ahead of you.
Okay, then I'll have something else to say. No.
I just want to clarify in my mind, you said that the department cannot approve removal of a tree. Now, what do you deny it, or what's the process that if someone comes to you, you just refer it to the Public Works?
If they come to us and say they want to remove a tree because it's causing structural damage, then we tell them what the process is, and that the property owner would be responsible for removing that tree, because we don't have the authority to remove it.
So you don't deny anything, you just forward them to the board?
That's correct.
And you said over 90-some% of them are approved by the board?
That's correct.
What would be the reasons not to approve?
Because there isn't enough structural damage, because they didn't have a legitimate reason for removing them. A lot of the requests we get is, I don't like this tree, I want a different tree, tree may cause damage in the future, those type of issues.
The one I would be concerned about, if it's not enough damage, that's like saying, wait until it destroys your foundation and then come back. It would appear that we'd want to do something in the interim and say, is there root trimming or something like that gets them some relief, or is there a way to pare down something in which it will not cause additional damage?
We do issue root prune permits. When our bureau was responsible for the sidewalk repair program, we root pruned a tremendous amount of trees. That was our preferred method. Instead of removing trees, we did root prune a lot of the trees. So we can issue root prune permits.
Okay, so you can do both. You could do the permitting, but if it's a removal, it has to go to the board.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. LeBon, I just want to mention one thing. You said looking at priorities in the city. The last time we checked with the city on this, they said there's 87 years of sidewalk repair in the queue. So I don't know if there's any part of the city that's more of a priority than another.
Ms. Hahn? You're not Ms. Hahn. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Press the button.
Again, I know you said that, 95% of these are approved, and I was just talking to my staff who is a little frustrated listening to you because they feel like we've had constituents, who have tried, who have showed structural damage, and it's been denied. So the other thing I guess I want from, and I guess this will have to come from the Board of Public Works or you, to know how many permits have been requested, how many have been denied, so we can see for ourselves. Because my staff is going, George is sitting there, which we love you, George, Pedro boy, you're acting like, anybody that can apply for them gets it. Well, that's not our experience, apparently. We've had entire staff meetings trying to help constituents who have structural damage, roots have hit sewer systems, thousands of dollars, and yet we will not let them remove the tree. The difference might be that we asked maybe you and the department to remove it, and you're telling me that you can't do it unless it's dead or diseased.
That's correct, and I did provide the information a couple of months ago to your staff, and I'll provide it again as far as how many requests were approved by the Board of Public Works. I think where the problem lies is, as you indicated, we go inspect the site, we say, yes, there's damage, now, property owner, you're responsible for removing it. And that's when the property owner says, no, I don't want to do that.
Right.
So that's where the problems start to appear.
Right. So this policy that you're under, that you can only remove them if they're dead or diseased, whose policy is that?
That's city ordinance.
That's our ordinance. Okay, I'd also like to take a look at that as well, just to see if that's something we want to look at that also can be changed at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no further speakers in the queue. So, Ms. Hahn, did you want to send this back to committee, to Arts, Health and Humanities?
Public Works.
Okay, Mr. LeBon, you need to press your button so you can be recognized. Your mic's not on.
Do you want it?
Yeah, I want it.
Okay.
Well, this is not such an issue in parks, in my opinion. This is really an issue on sidewalks.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Weezar's committee.
Yes, I'd like to see it go to Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon.
Go to the neighbor councils with some form of saying,
I agree.
Give us your thoughts.
But,
all right, so what do you want to do with this? Want to send it to Public Works?
And when it comes back to Public Works, I'd like to see the ordinance, make recommendations to change the ordinance.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, well.
All right, great. That'll be the recommendation. We'll come back in 60 days. What's our next item?
Council does need to take a vote on that.
All right, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Item 10, called special for cards.
All right, we will go out to Encore Patel and Van Nuys.
Hello? Look at how tedious our laws have become, where we spend half an hour talking about a tree. These laws are tedious. And okay, so this is about printing money, right? A bond for a hospital. That's actually not a bad idea. Let's print some money so that we can build a hospital. A hospital will create jobs. A homeless shelter won't. We can also invest in public transportation. Now, this one has $5.5 million in tax bonds, so there should be enough money to, pave a little sidewalk and make enough space to make it a transportation center. A nice hospital that has access for poor people, that sounds like a win-win, right? So maybe you could look into including public transportation into these new projects that will hopefully create jobs, right? The job of government is to create long-term projects that will benefit the people. Most projects that are done by private enterprises are done in short term just to make a profit. Your job as the government, as the city officials, as people investing in the people living in this area, this region, is to invest in projects that otherwise wouldn't be invested in. Hospitals, now there's a lot of money in hospitals, so we can't say that there aren't a lot of private hospitals, and we have seen that. But public transportation is, again, left out of this issue because government does not invest in there. And in Southern California, it doesn't make sense to, right? We love oil, even though we've got 200 million gallons of oil spilling on our Gulf. Gas prices continue to increase. But here's an opportunity where we can bring public transportation to the forefront and help poor people, help the have-nots get to this facility. Right? It isn't hard to create a public transportation center.
He's way off topic.
A lot of this money could be used for that topic, right? You put in a public transportation center at the hospital. That would be a good addition to this project.
Thank you. All right, no further cards in the box and no speakers in the queue, so Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the roll. Mr. Huizar.
Yes, I'd like to send this item back to HCD, please.
Do we need to take a vote on that? All right, fine, that'll be without objection. Next item.
Item 12, called special for cards.
John Walsh, you are our next speaker. Is he out of time? Mr. Walsh, you have 1 more minute left. He's passing. Mr. Walsh is passing. All right, no speakers in the queue. Please open the roll on this item. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Item 15, called special for cards.
Mr. Walsh, your last minute of the day.
John Walsh, posting at HollywoodHighlands.org, brand new post this week. Find out why the mayor broke his elbow. This is wonderful, Phyllis Diller Day. Today, as we speak, this is the 23rd. But you're declaring July 17th Phyllis Diller Day. 6 days late. Bass backwards. What? You do this all the time. You declare days after the day happened. Maybe if you declared it on the day it happened, you could have Phyllis Diller here. You had Cher here one day. I told Cher that if she wanted anything done here, just give the candidates money, everything will be fine. I'm going to finish now by saying today is a momentous day. The city attorney has not stopped me from speaking once. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Thank you. All right, no speakers in the queue on that item. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, thank you. Now, what is before us next, Mr. Clerk?
Madam President, there is a special one, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
All right, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the Housing Department has determined that immediate action is required to provide housing relocation benefits in excess of $50,000 to tenants forced to immediately vacate unsafe rental units on West 37th Place. Immediate action is required to assist these soon-to-be displaced tenants. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Great. Let's open the roll on the findings. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, Mr. Parks, the matter is before us.
I think Dion covered the substance of it in the findings. There's an urgent need to move these tenants. These houses in REAP, or the residences in REAP, and it is to the point it's uninhabitable. And so the only alternative we have is to find other placement.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Please open, Mr. Did he put a card in? There's no card. Oh, all right. Okay, fine. Mr. Sachs, 1 minute.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for the freedom to allow to speak on the special items that are put on the agenda, although they're not posted as required by the Brown Act prior to the meeting. Plenty of time to post the item prior to the meeting, and it's not on the Brown Act is required that way. Thank you for letting me speak on that requirement, even though I didn't put a card in, and I should have been allowed to speak because it's a special item.
Would you
Clarify
please
that, please.
open the roll on that item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President, I do believe there's going to be a request to reconsider an item from Wednesday's agenda.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you very much. First of all, I request that we suspend the rules because this went forthwith. We had item 36 on Wednesday's agenda that dealt with a workers' comp case, which we addressed in open session. There was an incorrect settlement amount, roughly $3,672 short of what it should be. So we'd like to have this reconsidered so we can put the correct amount of the settlement in the document.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Mr. Parks has made a motion for reconsideration. First a motion to suspend the rules. Please open the roll.
Suspend the rules.
Open the roll on that. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And then next, a motion for reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
Open the roll on that. Close the roll.
10 ayes.
And then third, the motion itself.
The motion is to move the original permanent disability amount of $139,822.88 be amended to read $143,494.88.
Open the roll, please. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, that takes care of that item. You want that to go forthwith, Mr. Parks?
Again.
Thank you. Again. Okay, thank you very much. Next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral,
Motions are posted and referred.
and the desk is clear.
All right, members, are there any announcements? Any announcements?
Sunday, the
All
walkout.
right, great. Mr. Labange? Oh, where?
Mr. Labange and I will both be this weekend. It's the 50th anniversary of perhaps the most famous thing in Los Angeles, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but one of the most famous ones, at least in the city. We're celebrating a half century. Well, that too. We'll be celebrating a half century of stars from the... Can you name all the categories, Mr. Labange, all 5 categories?
Television, radio, stage, movies, and
Music.
music. Very good.
And who has a star in all 5? The only man.
Gene Autry.
Very well done, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Labange. But it is something that people
I'm back in the saddle.
from around the world to see. We invite people on Sunday. There'll be all sorts of great stuff. Louis Prima is getting a star at 11:30, and we invite everybody to come out and have a great time in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Your resource and something that's going through a big facelift right now.
Thank you. We'll go this way then. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Madam President. In Los Angeles this weekend, the LA Buddhist Temple Festival is taking place. Many people come from all over the region to it. It'll be Saturday from 5 to 10 and Sunday from 3 to 6. And the place to park is at the Trident Center building. This is at 2003 Corinth Avenue. It's 2 blocks north of Olympic. It's an amazing weekend festival, all kinds of dance and food and conversations. So if you have time and want to have some real fun, come to West Side and come to the festival that the Buddhist community will be having. On Monday morning, 11 o'clock, we're going to open up the pool again at the Westchester location. It's the Westchester swimming pool. We're going to have a great celebration. The whole community is going to turn out. So if you got time on Monday and it's a warm day, bring your swimsuit and go into the pool in Westchester. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to remind the public that Summer Night Lights is in full stride Thursday through Sunday at your local parks. You can check your neighborhood park to see if it's part of it. It keeps the park open from 7 to 12 midnight, Thursday through Sunday. I'd also like to invite the public to Jan Perry's 15th anniversary on the Central Avenue Jazz Festival. It's a 2-day program, the 24th, 25th. It will pay tribute to the cultural heritage of Central Avenue on Central Avenue between 42nd and 43rd Street. So invite everybody to come out. I will be there and support Ms. Perry. And then finally, this is a request from one of our local ministers, Reverend Eagle at St. Mark's AME Church is inviting the public to a jazz concert on Sunday, July 25th at 2:30 in hopes of raising funds for the local homeless in the area of the church at 12923 Avalon Boulevard.
I'm coming around. Mr. Labange, did you have an announcement? Mr. Labange, did you have an announcement?
No, Mr. Garcetti, when I shared, I went.
Mr. Garcetti preempted you this time, sorry. All right, thank you. Mr. Alarcon.
I just wanted to mention that tomorrow at Hanson Dam, we have the American Heroes Award program. Tom Labange reminds me, and he's going to be coming out himself. This is an event that has attracted thousands and thousands of people to see the people who are our emergency personnel, helicopters, safety equipment. That's very special. It's a hands-on program, so you get to actually go into some of these vehicles, and all the various departments from LAPD to federal public safety officials will be present with their equipment and available to talk to about how their operations work. I think it's particularly attractive to any young person who might consider a career in law enforcement, but basically it's a way that we pay tribute to those people who day in and day out are protecting our public safety. It's the American Heroes Award tomorrow at Hanson Dam.
All right, thank you. I would like to make one quick announcement for the Obon Festival in Little Tokyo that will also be on the 24th and the 25th at the Higashi Hongonji Buddhist Temple at 505 East 3rd Street on the 24th, 25th from 12 noon until 9 p.m. So thank you, Mr. Parks, for helping me out and spreading the word about the Jazz Festival, and I'm sure that once I'm done with the Jazz Festival on Saturday the 24th and the 25th, I'll be heading over to the temple for Obon. So I hope you'll all join us. All right, members, would you please rise for adjourning motions? Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, council members, I have two adjourning motions. First, let me adjourn in memory of Ronald Frank Dominguez. Ronald Frank Dominguez is the brother of Diane Morales, who recently retired from the city. She, out of the Personnel Department and Recreation and Parks Department. He was only 48 and passed away unexpectedly in his sleep on Wednesday, July 14th. He was a graduate of St. Thomas More Grammar School, Cantwell High School, USC, and USC's Boat Law School. He taught at Garfield High School in the 80s and since 1995 taught at Cantwell High School. Notwithstanding his graduation from law school, he didn't actually desire to become a lawyer. He wanted to teach, and that's exactly what he did since that graduation. He loved great literature, was very passionate. In fact, they, I believe, are going to be setting up a memorial fund to encourage young people to focus on English and literature. He loved great food, history, politics, sports, especially cheering for Cantwell High and USC, and was very interested in science and astronomy. He enjoyed the great outdoors, including scaling Half Dome at Yosemite and Mount Whitney. And also spending much time at Joshua Tree and Newport Beach. He was a great son, brother, uncle, and friend. He is survived by his mother, Juana, his father, Emmanuel, sisters Diane and Irene, 2 nieces, 2 nephews. He'll be truly missed not only by the family but by the many, many students that he taught during the course of his career. May he rest in peace. There will be a public memorial Tuesday, July 27th. At 7 p.m. at Cantwell High School in Montebello, and that is especially intended to Cantwell High School graduates. Ronald Frank Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon.
I also would like to adjourn in memory of Marine Corporal Julio Vargas, who was 23 years old. On Tuesday, July 20th, 2010, Corporal Vargas was killed by a roadside bomb while supporting combat operations in Helmand Province, Afghanistan. Corporal Vargas was a vehicle gunner assigned to the 3rd Assault Amphibian Battalion, 1st Marine Division, 1 Marine Expeditionary Force out of Camp Pendleton, California. This week, Corporal Vargas is the 2nd Marine from Camp Pendleton to lose his life in Afghanistan. During his 23 years of life, Julio was known as a person who enjoyed giving himself to his community. As a teenager, he and his brothers were part of the San Fernando Police Explorer program. Within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Explorer Academy, Julio attained the rank of Explorer Lieutenant, the highest rank within this program. Upon graduation from Silmar High School, Julio completed a mission in Texas with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Corporal Vargas enlisted in the Marines in February 2008. While enlisted, Corporal Vargas received various personal awards, including the Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, National Defense Service Medal, Afghanistan Campaign Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. This past December, he married his wife Rosita and was planning with her the start of their family upon returning from Afghanistan this upcoming September. He was so excited about starting a family that he would ask his father if he was ready to be a grandpa. Corporal Vargas is an identical twin, and he and his twin brother both share the belief of country before self. His twin brother served in the United States Army and is currently in the Army Reserves. This past week, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger flew the state Capitol flags at half-staff in honor of Corporal Vargas. According to neighbors and friends, Corporal Vargas gave his life to our country, doing what he wanted to do. Corporal Julio Vargas unquestionably loved his wife Rosita, his parents, his brothers, and his country. Corporal Julio Vargas will be dearly missed. He is survived by his wife Rosita, his father and mother and brothers, and I think all of us have a special sentiment in our hearts when we lose somebody who is fighting to protect our freedom, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Julio Vargas and a long list of people who have given their lives from the city of Los Angeles.
All members, Mr. Alarcon. Ms. Han?
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of Bobby Gutierrez, who was raised in Wilmington and just passed away at the age of 68. He's survived by his loving wife of 46 years, Connie, his sons Cisco, Chris, and Pete, and their spouses, his sister Linda, Maria, and Cynthia, and many nieces, nephews, and grandchildren. He was a member of ILWU for 46 years with Local 13 and Local 63. His favorite job during those years was when he served as a linesman. He loved coaching baseball, gardening, working with kids. He certainly was loved by his family and his friends. He left an amazing legacy as a mentor to many young people and will be missed as a great father and friend. The funeral mass was today at Holy Family Catholic Church in Wilmington.
Thank you, Ms. Han. Mr. Koretz?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to adjourn today in the memory of Annette Baran, who died on July 11, 2010 at age 83. She was a licensed clinical social worker and was the director of adoption at Vista Del Mar Child and Family Services from the late 1950s to the early 1970s, and then worked as a psychotherapist in private practice. She began her work in adoptions when the entire process was a closed and secretive one. But from her work at Vista Del Mar, Baran became one of the earliest and most prominent proponents of open adoption and of opening up formally sealed adoption records. She was one of the first to articulate the loss adoptees felt from not knowing their biological roots. She was the author of 2 groundbreaking books, one called The Adoption Triangle and the other, Lethal Secrets, and frequently appeared as an adoption expert on such programs as 60 Minutes and the McNeil-Lehrer Report. Her work in opening the adoption process has impacted literally millions of Americans. She is survived by her husband of 63 years, retired architect Ephraim Baran, her 3 children, Joshua, David, and Naomi, as well as grandchildren Mark and Ariel. There will be a private memorial service for her in August. May she rest in peace.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to ask that we adjourn this memory of the Los Angeles City Council in memory of His Eminence Archbishop Sumbat Lapajian, who for nearly a half century has been one of the most important and beloved spiritual leaders in the Armenian community and in the Southern California faith community. Archbishop Lapajian was born in 1927 and was raised in an orphanage in Beirut. And from those humble beginnings rose by hard work and endeavor through the ranks of the church to become one of the most significant leaders of the Armenian Church in the United States. When the Western Prelacy of the Armenian Apostolic Church was formed in the western half of the United States, Archbishop Lapajian was selected to become the first prelate of the Western Prelacy in 1973. In that role, he fundamentally transformed the church in this area, opened churches in Glendale, in Orange County, in Hollywood, opened schools, and really developed the foundation for the vibrant Armenian prelacy that we have here today. He will be sorely missed by many in the Armenian community and beyond the Armenian community, but he will leave a lasting legacy that will impact many for generations still to come, and I ask that we adjourn in his memory.
Would you like all members on that?
Thank you.
All members, thank you.
I would also like to take a moment, please, Madam President. I'd like to adjourn this meeting also in memory of Jean Moon Liu, the beloved mother of State Senator Carol Liu, who passed away on July 6th after a short illness with her family by her bedside. Jean Moon Liu was born in Oakland, lived there her entire life. She graduated from the University of California at Berkeley in 1939 and worked most of her adult life in the accounting and personnel fields. But she was very early on a real leader among women in the business community. And she was a charter member of the Berkeley chapter of the American Business Women's Association, served as president of that organization, and was named their Woman of the Year in 1970. She was very, very committed to higher education for over 40 years. She served as a volunteer and as an officer of the Chinese chapter of the University of California Alumni Association and had a lifelong dedication at providing college education to young people. And that clearly inspired her daughter, Senator Liu, who then went on to have a career in education and to eventually become the chair of the Assembly's Higher Education Committee, where she served our state so well in that capacity. In addition to Senator Liu and Senator Liu's husband, Mike Peavy, Ms. Liu is survived by her son, Dr. Barry Liu of Moraga, and her two grandchildren, Katie Liu and Jared Liu Klein, and two great-grandchildren, Gabriel and Lily. She's also survived by her sister, Leola Chow, and many nephews, nieces, and cousins, and she will be sorely missed, and may she rest in peace.
Would you like to add all members to that as well? All right, thank you. Mr. Labange.
I'd like Ms. Hahn to join me on this. I ask we adjourn in memory of James Gammon, a character actor who you may have known from Major League to Urban Cowboy, a great stage play actor. He lived to be 70 years old, survived by his wife Nancy, as well as sisters and brothers and two children. He was loved in his profession as an actor, so we adjourn in memory of James Gammon.
I'd like to join that with my friend Stephanie Marsich, the producer of the Harbor International Film Festival in L.A., was a good friend of his and his wife, and worked with him on many projects.
And also, members, I'd like to ask we adjourn in memory of Johnny Roach, who lived to be the age of 89, fulfilling a lot of dreams in his life, a resident of Los Angeles, a product of the Great Depression, grew up, and for over 50 years, he ran the Beverly Termite Control business with a name like Roach. It fit right in. He was loved by many people. He loved all things Irish. He has a beautiful family of 7 children. He also had 13 grandchildren, 6 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter, and numerous friends throughout. Johnny Roach, a great guy. And finally, members, I ask we adjourn, and Mr. Garcetti, if you could join with me, and Dr. Mark Abrams. Mark Abrams, who was born in Philadelphia 58 years ago, came to California in 1980, a little prior to that, and attended Stanford Law School. He came to Silver Lake, and he was very much a healthy individual. He would walk. And I know, Paul, when you probably lived in the neighborhood, you'd see him walk. He was the walking man. And it was such sad news on Wednesday night when I spoke to my wife, Bridget, who informed me, who was out, that Mark had passed. He died in a hot tub pool in his backyard, and it's a tragedy because everybody loved him. Morning, noon, and night he'd walk. And as I said to others, you would see him like the old Laguna Beach greeter who would be there waving to folks. You always see Mark Abrams, a doctor whose practice was in Valley Village, was one of those persons who put medicine care for people first, a health nut, and he would read. He would read every newspaper. As a child, he was a musician and played the piano. I had a good fortune to visit his wife, Cindy, yesterday, who works at the Autry Museum, the National Center. And when she left for work on Wednesday morning, she kissed her husband goodbye, only to find him in the afternoon. Paramedics from Engine 56 came to try to resuscitate, but he had already been called. But it sent shockwaves to our community, because in all your communities, there's people who are very special to everybody. And Mark was like the glue, because he would walk morning, noon, and night in the street, on the sidewalk. I love seeing him because I'd say, "Hey, Mark," and he'd say, "Hey, Tom," and it was just fun to say hey, because he was so enjoyable to see and be out there. This Sunday at noon at the corner of Marino and West Silver Lake Drive, there'll be a memorial walk for Mark. He's survived by a brother and his wife, Cindy. And may he rest in peace. I'd like to ask Mr. Garcetti, who...
Yeah, Mr. Garcetti, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. And yeah, I think three of us in here have lived in Silver Lake, and you know, he is in some ways the heart of that community. Yeah. I was talking to a business owner yesterday in Silver Lake when I was spending a little time on the street there, and she said it's like the soul of Silver Lake has passed with Dr. Abrams passing. He was a remarkable man, somebody who I think inspired people that in a city where they say nobody walks, this is somebody who walked 20 to 30 miles a day, every day. Right. And when it was warm out, which was most of the time, he'd have no shirt on, and he had the most incredible tan you'd probably see anywhere in Los Angeles, and he kind of had that gait that we all remember, just this wobble that would go straight forward, reading the paper, not bothered by anything unless somebody said hello to him. We've got a picture of him at Mitchell Trina Elementary School that's on the murals there, and I know folks have been leaving some stuff there, and then around the reservoir as well. There's a little some flowers and other things in memory of him. I think they've moved it to the, if I'm not mistaken, at noon at the rec center. They're going to start a little further down, but there's going to be a big loop, about a 2.5-hour walk on Sunday in his memory, and we certainly born it way too early, at 58 years of age. Dr. Abrams, may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. We lost a major historic figure of Oakwood in Venice area, a great lady, an African-American woman that came here when she was 6 months old with her family in 1915. She lived the last several years in a home in Venice, actually the home that her father had purchased the year of her birth. She was 95 years old, by the way. Over the years, Navi was the person historians, journalists, and community members talked to when they wanted to know about the Oakwood area of Venice. She had fond memories of her childhood, although acknowledged limitations as a black child. In fact, while she was the first African-American woman student to graduate from Venice High School, it was bittersweet. She wasn't allowed to enter the skating ring for the graduation party. During high school, she worked with her father, Charles Tabor, who in 1929 received a contract from the city of Los Angeles to fill in the Venice of America canals. The Tabor Bailey family became prominent and historical fixtures in the landscape of the Venice community. This is evidence of the naming of the Tabor Court after her father, Tabor, and Reese Court, her uncle. Discrimination followed Navi after graduation. Because she did not want to be a burden to her parents, she took a job in the middle of the Depression, was paid $1 a day doing housework, chauffeuring, and taking care of children. However, she was independent, and that streak served her well through the decades. In 1950, she started working at the Douglas Aircraft as an electrician installing junction boxes. Later, she became interested in nursing while taking care of her parents. She gave up Douglas and went to nursing school. She tried to retire from nursing at 62, but was so popular as a caregiver that she kept working and working and working. While at home, Navi kept busy. She had been a member of the Oakwood Recreation Senior Group since the late 70s. I might add, I went to visit her there and give her half a dozen eggs and birthday party and all that not too long ago. She had been also in the Venice Historical Society, protecting the original Venice since 1988. She very graciously allowed the Venice Historical Board of Directors to have its monthly board meetings at her home. There are remembrances of Navi's life in picture-packed albums. If you've seen photos of the filling in of the Abbot Kinney canals with trucks, they belong to her father. The feature article in the Argonaut on February 14, 1991 was Blacks Who Helped Build Venice. On the cover is a 1915 photo of Navi as an infant with her parents, sisters, and brother. In her infinite wisdom, Navi always remembered family and friends to enjoy life as it comes. Do everything you can do. Do what you want to do. Also, there seems to be a lot of truth in positive thinking resulting in a longer life. That's for us to remember, folks. That's where Navi did, ignoring the unpleasant and focus on what is good. Navi is survived by her son, Alvin Christmas, daughter-in-law, Cynthia, and the joys of her life, grandchildren, Alan and Tony, plus a myriad of relatives and friends who will always cherish having Navi in their lives. Funeral services will be held on Saturday, July 31st at 11 a.m. at Holy Cross Cemetery. And we in Venice mourn her death and her leadership role in African American issues and in community issues in our great city of Los Angeles. May she
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Garcetti.
Yes, just briefly, Daniel Shore, the great broadcaster, has passed, 93 years of age. He was born the son of Jewish immigrants from Russia in 1916 in New York. He served in World War II. Even before that, he was publishing, newsletters at the Bronx Jewish Center when he was 13 years old, was a born journalist, somebody who served in intelligence and public affairs in the military and the Army. Always wanted to join the New York Times, frustrated by that. He never was, and CBS News took him up. He was somebody who always stood up for his sources and for the First Amendment. He was kicked out of Russia for not obeying their censorship laws as a young reporter for CBS, and then later on in life, during the Watergate era, there were a number of times in which intelligence documents he shared with, as a CBS reporter, and that led to him being on Nixon's enemies list, among other things. So he was hated by both the Soviets and by President Nixon, which is two good badges of honor. He later on worked for CNN when it was a fledgling network. Ted Turner hired him. He taught journalism in a number of institutions, and then, of course, NPR brought him on as kind of a senior statesman, and I think all of us have woken up and heard his gravelly voice giving commentaries on issues domestic and foreign, and he passed away after a short illness just today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes, I'd like to second that. Obviously, having been a journalist, doing that television show I did in this town that has very little quality television of news note, he was an inspiration to me and someone that I admired as I was doing my journalistic tasks. Good journalism is important in a democracy. Knowledge is power, empowerment is part of it, and he was one of those that did that. May he rest in peace, and thank him for his contribution to America.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll? Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.